Chapter 1655. A strong force surged out of his body, stirring up hurricanes around him. They were mixed with thick golden immortal qi, which was very frightening. Lin Tianwei opened his eyes and tried to sense his current strength. Whether it was his physique, divine power, or spirit, they had all become much stronger than before. The immortal Tao nomological laws were also more profound. Moreover, he tried to sense his nameless Tao law. Although he still could not sense what kind of Tao it was, he could sense that this Tao had become more powerful. Continue, he muttered to himself. He had only refined one of the 2 sea spirit pearls. At this time, he closed his eyes again and began to refine the second one. In an instant, the divine power fluctuation on his body became stronger again. His essence, qi, and spirit rose at an extremely shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Half a month later, he finished refining the second sea spirit pearl. His cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage golden immortal realm. He could enter the peak of the middle stage golden immortal realm at any time. His divine power, physique, and other aspects were much stronger than when he had just reached the middle stage golden immortal realm. After that, he paused and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to consolidate his cultivation. Then he opened his eyes again. "Kid, you're awake?" Ling Yun's voice sounded beside him. He had already woken up 8 days ago. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the middle stage golden immortal realm. Beside him, Ningyaya and Hai Jingyao had also finished their cultivation. Ningyaya and Hai Jingyao first reached the golden immortal realm with the help of the void orchid, then reached the middle stage golden immortal realm with the help of the sea spirit pearl. At this time, only the white tiger continued to cultivate. Its cultivation was at the peak of the true immortal realm. It was refining the last void orchid to prepare to break through to the golden immortal realm. As for the sea spirit pearl, it had not been refined yet. Obviously, it was preparing to refine the last void orchid before using the sea spirit pearl to reach the middle stage golden immortal realm. Lin Tianwei got up and nodded to Ling Yun, Ningyaya, and Hai Jingyao. Then, the 4 of them guarded the white tiger together. Buzz! The demonic light around the white tiger's body was dazzling, and its Tao power seemed to be very rich. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month later, on this day, the white tiger had refined some of the natural treasures that Lin Tian had given him. He had also refined 4 hollow orchids and a spiritual sea pearl. At this time, his demonic power was surging, and he had stepped into the medium stage of the golden celestial stage. Roar! It opened its eyes, and a golden immortal level demonic aura surged out from its body. It could not help but let out a loud tiger roar. Lin Tian raised her hand and slapped it. "What are you howling for?" The white tiger's roar was abruptly interrupted, and then it laughed loudly. "You're already at the middle stage of gold immortal. I'm so happy." As it spoke, it looked at Lin Tian and clicked its tongue. "Following you is simply too refreshing. The speed of your cultivation advancement is simply too fast. This makes this tiger lord very happy. I won't say anything else. I've decided. From now on, I'll follow you, kid." Back then, it had cultivated from the nirvana stage to the peak of the emperor space stage in hundreds of years. Now, after meeting Lin Tian again, it had reached the middle stage of gold immortal from the peak of the emperor space stage in just a few months. This cultivation advancement speed made it extremely excited. Lin Tian glanced at it and did not say anything. "Brother Lin Tian, thank you," Ningyaya said happily. In such a short time, she had reached the middle stage of gold immortal from the peak of the true immortal stage. At this time, she was also very happy. All of this was because of the hollow orchids and the spiritual sea pearl that Lin Tian had given her. "Thank you." Hai Jingyao also thanked him. The hollow orchids and the spiritual sea pearl were both treasures among treasures. Their value was astonishing, but Lin Tian did not care about giving them to her, although she knew that this was mainly because of Ningyaya. She still had to thank Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian rubbed Ningyia's little head and said with a smile, "I told you not to be polite with me." As he said that, he looked at Hai Jingyao and said, "You too. Don't be polite. I still have to thank you." Hai Jingyao said seriously. Then she felt a little embarrassed and awkward. "Actually, I can only thank you verbally. It's really a little shallow." She thanked him repeatedly. At the same time, she thought in her heart that the man in front of her was too easygoing and magnanimous. "I said you don't have to thank me, so you don't have to thank me. Helping a beauty is the responsibility and obligation of a cultivator." The white tiger raised its head and said. Lin Tian glanced at it and wanted to kick this perverted tiger away. "All right, let's leave this place," he said. He put away the ceiling formation and the isolation formation that were engraved in this place. He called Ningye and the others to leave. In the blink of an eye, the group of people walked far away. Speaking of which, Mu Zhanyan and Jia Zijing, that son of AB** Th, seemed to have been sucked into the demonic whale just like us, but we didn't see them inside. Were they melted and annihilated by the mucus and other forces in some place? Ling Yun said. Lin Tian shook his head. "I don't think so. If Mu Zhanyan and Jia Zijing died in the demonic whale, he would naturally be very happy. However, subconsciously, he felt that it was not very possible, because after the confrontation with the two of them, he clearly felt that they were not ordinary. Moreover, the two of them had extremely powerful family forces behind them. They were also super experts on the list of 100 immortals of the immortal realm. He did not think that the two of them would die in the demonic whale. After being sucked into the demonic whale, they must have a way to leave safely. Although Master Tiger also hopes that the two of them die, my thoughts are the same as Kidlin's. Those two should not die so easily." White Tiger said. Previously, when Lin Tian used the power of the extreme Yin Cold Meridian to fight Mu Zhanyan and Jia Zijing, it did not participate. However, through watching, it could see that the two of them were not simple. Like Lin Tianyi, it also felt that the two of them would not die so easily. It sounds a little disappointing. Ling Yin said, and then gritted his teeth. However, it's a good thing. In the future, we will kill them personally, especially that Jia Zijing, that son of AB** Th, we will ruthlessly torture him to death. When Lin Tian and Mu Zhanyan were fighting, that Jia Zijing inexplicably barged in and killed Lin Tian, which really made him very unhappy. Lin Tiandao, "Let's not care about them for now, first." As he said that, suddenly his expression changed slightly. He tilted his head and looked at a position not far from the bottom of the sea. "What's wrong, kid?" White Tiger asked. "Come, follow me." Lin Tiandao. As he said that, he directly walked towards that position. Just now, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled, and there was a 7-colored divine radiance that spread out and pointed directly at that place. It felt the same as when he rescued Hai Jingyao on the island. Obviously, it had sensed the location of the sword spirit fragment. After being swallowed by the demonic whale, it appeared here. Unexpectedly, the sword spirit fragment happened to be in this area. He was a little surprised. Following the location of the sword spirit fragment that the rainbow divine sword had sensed, he was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he and Ling Yun and the others were very far away. "Stop!" At this moment, a shout rang out. Suddenly, there were more than 10 figures in front of them. They were all young women, and all of them were very beautiful. The main hall of the old site of the Ice God Palace may be in this area. No one is allowed to come close. You all leave quickly, one of them said. Lin Tian stopped. These women were from the Ice God Palace, looking for the main hall of the Ice God Palace here. He had heard Ning Ye mention this before. The old site of the Ice God Palace was in this sea region. Now, in order to find the jade statue of the founding palace master and the reincarnation of the Ice God Palace, the Ice God Palace came to this sea region to find the main hall of the Ice God Palace. Was the main hall of the Ice God Palace here now? He thought and then shook his head. It had nothing to do with him whether the main hall of the Ice God Palace was here or not. I have a very important matter to take care of in the front. Don't worry, I won't interfere with your search. He said, No. Leave. The 10 women shook their heads. Their attitude was very cold, not allowing Lin Tian and the others to continue. They didn't hide the fact that they were looking for the main hall of the Ice God Palace because this matter was already known by countless people in the sea region. It was no longer a secret. There was no point in deliberately hiding it. Lin Tian frowned. I said, I have an important matter to take care of in the front. I won't interfere with your search. Furthermore, this is the chaotic sea region. Not to mention that the main hall of the Ice God Palace might have been washed here by the waves. It's not certain if it really exists here. Even if the main hall of the Ice God Palace is here, this isn't the Ice God Palace's territory. You have no right to stop us. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the women weren't moved at all. Their attitude was still cold. No matter what you say, it's useless. No means no. Leave. Once we finish searching this area, you can do whatever you want in this area. But for now, we can't. Go. The 10 women seemed to be chasing them away. They were clearly treating this place as the Ice God Palace's territory. Hey, you little girls, don't be too arrogant. Do you believe that I, Tiger Master, will suppress you in minutes and then drag you to a corner to talk about my life? The white tiger ground its teeth, feeling somewhat displeased. It swept its gaze over the group of women, from their faces to their necks, then to their chests, and finally to their feet. Then it clicked its tongue and commented, not bad at all. Brother Tiger, confidant, if you really suppress them, remember to give me half. I'll talk about life with them. Ling Yun said from the side. He was like White Tiger as he looked at the 10 young women from the Ice God Palace. Don't worry, it's fine. The 2 of us are not outsiders. White Tiger patted his chest. Lin Tian. He was originally very unhappy with the attitude of these 10 women, but after hearing their conversation, he was speechless. Ning Ye and Hai Jingyao involuntarily took a step away from White Tiger and Ling Yun. Chapter 1656. Hearing White Tiger and Ling Yun's words. The dozen or so girls from Water God Palace turned red in anger and clenched their fists. Pervert! The dozen girls cursed. Ling Yun smiled smugly. That's right. I'm the pervert. Lin Tian really wanted to facepalm when he saw this fellow's not ashamed but proud appearance. This was too embarrassing. Leave now, or don't blame us for being rude. The dozen girls from Water God Palace scolded. Hey, you girls really want to be bossy to the end? You really think this is Water God Palace's territory? White Tiger's eyes were unfriendly. Ling Yin stepped forward. No need to say anything, Brother Tiger. We'll split it in half. That's right, we'll split it in half. We'll talk about our wonderful tiger lives with them one by one. White Tiger clicked his tongue. Saying this, its eyes lit up as it wantonly looked at the dozen or so Water God Palace women. Bastard! Facing his unbridled gaze, a woman shouted angrily and directly took action. She brandished her long sword and hacked over. All of a sudden, golden immortal aura surged, very powerful. White Tiger raised his paw and struck out, repelling the woman's sword. He clicked his tongue and said, Fortunately, I have also stepped into the realm of gold immortal. If I had encountered this sword some time ago, I would have been in big trouble. As it spoke, it proudly hooked its paw at the woman holding the sword and said in a hooligan voice, Little girl, continue. Let Grandpa who love you. The girl holding the sword blushed even redder. Pervert Tiger! With a clang, she waved her sword, emitting sword chi that was much sharper than before, very shocking. Not bad, you have some skill. White Tiger's body glowed with a demonic light. You're actually quite cute when you're angrily swinging your sword at me. I'm excited by your provocation. Brother Tiger, you're so perverted. That last sentence was so good. Ling Yun glared. Of course, who do you think I am? Back then, I invited at least 1,000 beauties to travel the world and interact with them. I'm quite experienced. The white tiger said proudly. When Ningye and Hai Jingyao heard this, they shrunk their necks and looked at the white tiger strangely. Lin Tian face-bombed. That shameless bastard. Back then, he had forcefully invited one young woman after another to chat with him. In the end, he had been captured by the first generation of celestial masters of Mount Longhu. Then he had been sealed for more than 1,000 years for some reason. Now, this guy actually had the nerve to bring up such a dark history to show off. What? You traveled the world with at least 1,000 beautiful women. Ling Yun was shocked. Then he showed an envious expression. Finally, it turned into admiration. You're too strong, Brother Tiger. He's a role model for our generation. The conversation between the woman and the white tiger made the face of the young woman who was attacking the white tiger even redder and angrier. Bastard! Bastard! She glared at the white tiger and attacked it even more viciously. At the same time, the other 10 or so women from Ice God Palace were furious and attacked together. Suppress this lecherous tiger. Strip him of his tiger skin, one of them said, and the 10 or so women rushed out together. Handsome tigers are so popular. Come, come, all of you, I'll take all of you. I'll talk to you later about my life as a tiger. The white tiger laughed loudly. Brother Tiger, we agreed to split it half. Ling Yin said and rushed over to attack together. Lin Tian looked at the tiger and man. These two were too wretched and shameless. There were a total of 13 women from Ice God Palace attacking the white tiger and Ling Yin together. However, the white tiger and Ling Yin had the upper hand in the situation. This was because these 13 women were all in the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Even though the ancient scriptures that they cultivated were extremely powerful in the Sea region, their cultivation was still a small level lower than Ling Yun and White Tiger's. The difference in strength was huge. Moreover, Ling Yun and White Tiger were not ordinary people. Although they were in the middle stage of the golden immortal realm, they were strong enough to fight with experts at the peak of the golden immortal realm. Therefore, the 13 people from Ice God Palace were no match for them. The difference was too great. These legs, TSK, so wait. So long. That one over there, slender waist, I like it. Look over there, that butt. TSK, it must feel good. Also, that one over there, her breasts so round and full. It must feel even better. Io, lecherous thief, you have good taste. Of course. Don't be arrogant. The path ahead of us has always been bumpy. We need to constantly study and improve on this path. Brother Tiger is right. The white tiger and Ling Yun attacked while acting like hooligans. Lin Tian felt that he had lost all his face because of these two. The dozen women from Ice God Palace were even more embarrassed and angry. They attacked even more fiercely, wanting nothing more than to turn the white tiger and Ling Yun into meat paste. However, even though their attacks were fiercer, they were still no match for the white tiger and Ling Yun. They could only curse them. It was also at this time that an oppressive aura swept out from not far away with a rumbling sound. An old woman strode over. Elder, a woman from Ice God Palace, shouted with joy. Elder, they want to charge forward. They don't want to leave. Elder, these two are lecherous thieves. Suppress them. Yes. Suppress them. The group of women pointed at the white tiger and Ling Yun angrily. The battle stopped at this time. Ling Yun and the white tiger looked at the old woman and couldn't help but be moved. Half-step mystic immortal. The man and tiger couldn't help but narrow their eyes. The old woman walked over with a walking stick. She looked coldly at Lin Tianyi and the rest. Leave this place. She was originally exploring the old main palace of Ice God Palace in the area not far away. She sensed the fluctuation of divine power here. It seemed that her disciples guarding outside were fighting with someone. Therefore, she rushed over. As she said this, she looked at White Tiger and Lingyun coldly and said, "Get lost immediately!" "Io, you stinky old woman. What are you being so arrogant for?" "That's right, old woman, move aside. Your face is full of wrinkles. It's an eyesore. Let the young disciples of your faction come." The White Tiger and Lingyun weren't the old woman's match, but they didn't give in at all. The old woman's eyes turned cold. Her walking stick shook in the sea. Immediately, a light pattern surged toward Lingyun and the White Tiger. It contained the aura of a half-step mystic immortal. It seemed like it could shatter everything. F***CK. You damn old woman. It's fine if you're ugly, but you're so fierce when you attack. You must have never had a man. You're so fierce and ugly. Who would like you? White Tiger and Lingyun's mouths were vicious. As they cursed, they quickly retreated. The old woman's eyes turned even colder. The walking stick in her hand released another divine light. It was stronger and faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the man and tiger. Clang! A sword hum rang out. Lin Tian took action at this moment, slashing out a golden sword light. It arrived in an instant, colliding head-on with the old woman's divine light. With a boom, the two collided. The old woman's divine light shattered. Lin Tian's golden sword light also dissipated. F***CK. Kid, not bad. You crushed the killing light of a half-step mystic immortal with a raise of your hand. Strong indeed. Lingyun clicked his tongue. The dozen women from the Ice God Palace were shocked by Lin Tian's attack. At the same time, the half-step mystic immortal old woman was also moved. Her eyes narrowed as she felt Lin Tian's strength. "Young man, you're not bad," the old woman said in a low voice. Lin Tian walked forward. "Let's not talk too much. Let us pass. This place doesn't belong to your Ice God Palace. You can find your things here, but you don't have the right to stop others from entering. There's something I'm looking for up ahead. When we leave this area, you can flip this place over. But now you're not allowed to come close. Leave immediately," the old woman said coldly. Just like the dozen young women from before, her attitude was cold and unreasonable. "Is that so? Then there's no other way. I'll beat all of you down and then pass. Is that okay?" Lin Tiandao said. "Beat all of us down? Young man, you sure talk big." The old woman's voice was cold. Half-step mystic immortal divine energy surged, and the Ice God Palace ancient scripture circulated. Instantly, the ocean here became turbulent. A terrifying aura surged out. The water here seemed to have become a part of her. My lineage cultivates the water god technique. At the bottom of this ocean filled with water, I can unleash power infinitely close to mystic immortal with this water god technique. You think you can stop me? As her words fell, rumbling sounds could be heard. The surrounding seawater trembled even more violently, producing one after another enormous waterspout after another. It was extremely terrifying. Damn, this old woman is a bit fierce. Facing this wave, Lingyun and the White Tiger couldn't help but tremble. Ning Yeye and Hai Jingyao also lost their composure. Indeed, very powerful. But unfortunately, my technique can also unleash great power in the ocean. It just so happens to counter you. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He used the 5 lightning sky shaking art. Large amounts of silver lightning intertwined, causing the surrounding water to tremble. Lightning technique. The old woman's expression changed. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He used the 5 lightning sky shaking art even faster. In an instant, it emitted an even stronger lightning. Water could conduct electricity. In this boundless ocean, he used the 5 lightning sky shaking art. It could be said that the water within 1,000 feet was completely electrified. Any small corner would become his attack area. Moreover, the water that was electrified was no longer an ordinary water source. The water god technique of the ice god palace was directly suppressed. This was because it was undoubtedly much more difficult to use the water god technique to trigger a water source that was electrified. All of you, get out of the way, Lin Tian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of silver lightning with him as the center turned into a lightning storm that swept towards the old woman and the dozen young women. Chapter 16, 57. Silver lightning surged and intertwined with the water in all directions, filling it with powerful lightning energy. It wasn't very violent, but its aura was terrifying, as if it could suppress everything in the world. Bang! 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 At the bottom of the sea, apart from the old woman at the half-step mystic immortal realm, the other young women at the early stage golden immortal realm were all swept away. Their faces turned pale and their auras weakened. The young women looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. Such an attack was too terrifying. Moreover, it looked like Lin Tian had done it casually. Even the old woman at the half-step mystic immortal realm trembled at this moment. Her expression changed drastically. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He beckoned Ling Yun and the others and walked forward. "Stop! You're not allowed to enter that area," the old woman shouted. Even though she felt that Lin Tian was far stronger than her, she still forcefully stopped him. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this old woman. With a wave of his hand, an even more powerful thunderous force surged out, sweeping up the surrounding seawater. In an instant, it transformed into a thunderous wave that landed on the old woman, directly sending her flying over 30,000 meters away. He didn't even look at the old woman who was swept away. He continued to lead Ling Yun and the others forward. "We can't let them pass. Stop them! Stop!" The female disciples of the Ice God Palace shouted. They looked at Lin Tian with fear and trepidation, but they still blocked him. Lin Tian didn't say anything. Just like how he dealt with the old woman, he waved his hand and brought out a large wave of lightning that swept the young women away. Even though these people were unreasonable and made him unhappy, they didn't go too far. He didn't want to harm their lives, so he didn't harm them. "Kid, you're absolutely invincible below the mystic immortal realm." The white tiger clicked its tongue. At this moment, Lin Tian's strength was truly too powerful. It couldn't help but be shocked. More or less, Lin Tiandao. Now his cultivation was at the peak of the intermediate gold immortal stage, and he could step into the peak of the gold immortal stage at any time. Under normal circumstances, no one below the Xian immortal stage was his match. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was trembling slightly. Strands of seven-colored divine light spread out from his sea of consciousness, causing his eyes to light up. He quickened his pace and called for Ling Yun and the others to head towards a place not far away. As they traversed the deep sea, their divine power naturally intertwined around their bodies, completely separating them from the surrounding seawater. This place was a little dark in the deep sea area. There were remains of ancient buildings everywhere, and there were also some small mountains. There were many strange corals and aquatic vines intertwined. Lin Tian followed the vibration of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. After about an hour, there was a sunken valley in front of them. At the bottom of the valley, there was a fist-sized seven-colored light source lying there quietly. Strands of seven-colored light intertwined as if it was condensed from the original light of heaven and earth. The seven-colored light emitted by this seven-colored light source only surrounded the surface of the light source and didn't spread out. Therefore, if one didn't get close, one wouldn't be able to find it at all. Lin Tian led Ling Yun and the others to this place. When they saw this light source, they were all shocked. Seven-colored light. It's the same as the seven-colored light that rushed up before. Moreover, the intertwining aura is also the same. Is this the seven-colored light emitted by this thing? It's a divine object. The intertwining divine power seems. I can't feel its bottom at all. How thick is it? Ningyaya, Hai Jingyao, and the white tiger couldn't help but be shocked. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as the 7-colored light source we saw in the 10 directions, celestial territory. Lin Tian's eyes were naturally intertwined with a bright light. He was pleasantly surprised. It was indeed the sword soul fragment. Suddenly, the fist-sized sword soul fragment in front of him trembled slightly, as if it had sensed the aura of the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness. It immediately moved on its own and turned into a 7-colored light, appearing in front of him in an instant. As the sword soul fragment appeared in front of him, a strong force radiated from the sword soul fragment. In an instant, Ling Yan, the white tiger, Ningyaya, and Hai Jingyao were all sent flying more than 1,000 feet away. Ningyaya and the others couldn't help but turn pale at such a scene. That thing actually appeared by his side on its own, and then sent us flying on its own. It has its own consciousness. Hai Jingyao, the white tiger, and Ningyaya were shocked. Ling Yan was also shocked, but the extent of his shock was far less intense than Ningyaya, Hai Jingyao, and the white tigers. This was because he knew very well that this 7-colored light source was related to Lin Tian. It was normal for it to approach Lin Tian of its own accord. At this time, he was truly shocked that the aura of this 7-colored light source was so much stronger than that of the 7-colored light source he saw in the 10 directions, celestial territory. The two couldn't be compared at all. In front of him, the sword soul fragment emitted a 7-colored light and revolved around Lin Tian like a child. Then, in the next moment, the fist-sized sword soul fragment trembled and turned into a beam of light that rushed into Lin Tian's body. It ran in by itself. 1,000 feet away, the white tiger's eyes widened. In front of him, as the sword soul fragment entered Lin Tian's body, a large amount of 7-colored divine light intertwined and illuminated the entire place in 7 colors. There was a very strong aura of immortal spiritual energy and Tao Qi surging. Lin Tian stood quietly on the spot and immersed his mind in the sea of consciousness. The sword soul fragment went straight to the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness and revolved around the 7-colored divine sword. Then, with a whoosh, it disappeared into the sword. Suddenly, the 7-colored divine sword shook and the mysterious patterns on the sword fell off. Immediately, another part of the sword glowed. At the same time, a large amount of 7-colored light rippled out from the divine sword and surged from his sea of consciousness to every corner of his body. Lin Tian knew that this 7-colored light contained an astonishing amount of divine power and Tao power. He immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra and quickly refined this 7-colored divine light. Immediately, the aura emitted from his body began to strengthen at an extremely fast speed. His essence, energy, and spirit rose. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra to refine this 7-colored light. He felt the nameless Tao law in his body and comprehended the thunder immortal Tao. At the same time, he tempered his divine power that contained gold immortal Qi and also tempered his current physical body. Just like that, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Boom! On this day, an astonishing amount of divine power surged out of his body. He directly stepped into the peak of the golden immortal realm from the mid-stage. It was also at this moment that he opened his eyes. Naturally, he could feel that his cultivation had broken through at this moment. Peak of the golden immortal realm. He muttered to himself and clenched his fist slightly. His physique had become stronger. In terms of pure physique, he was not afraid even if he encountered a peak mystic immortal. At the same time, his divine power, divine soul, and laws were many times stronger than before. He took a deep breath and scanned his sea of consciousness with his divine telekinesis. The sword soul fragment had completely integrated into the divine sword. The sword patterns on the surface of the divine sword lit up even more, and its aura had clearly become much stronger than before. Then, in the next moment, he stopped looking at the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. He looked at Ling Yun and the others and took a step forward. Damn, kid, what's your relationship with that seven-colored light source? The white tiger asked with widened eyes. Lin Tianyi had led them to this place and found the seven-colored light source. Obviously, he could sense the location of the seven-colored light source. Then the seven-colored light source took the initiative to approach Lin Tian and shook him away from the others. It automatically integrated into Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian's cultivation to increase greatly. This was obviously related to Lin Tian. What's the relationship? You can roughly understand that it's something that belongs to me. Lin Tian Dao. He did not say much on this point. He called the group of people to rise above the sea. After leaving the bottom of the sea, let's leave this sea area. Now that the sword soul fragment in this boundless sea area had been found, he naturally had no reason to stay in this sea area. He was prepared to use the power of faith to open the space portal later and go to the immortal realms, Lao Wang state, to look for the little Taichu and the others. Boom! Suddenly, a huge roar sounded. This place and the entire bottom of the sea began to tremble violently. Around them, the water rolled like hurricanes, making it difficult for Lin Tian and the others to reach the surface of the sea for a while. What's wrong? The group of people was shocked. Ka! 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 Cracking sounds spread in the air. Looking down at the place where the sword spirit fragment had been, the seabed started to crack. Cracks appeared and spread in all directions like a spider web. Immediately after, an extremely violent qi emerged from those cracks, causing the entire ocean to tremble. The qi was terrifying. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. In the next moment, more cracks appeared, and a large rock emerged from below. There were 9 stone holes on it, and rays of dazzling light were intertwined within them. Dazzling rays of light gushed out from the 9 holes, completely enveloping the large rock. Then, in the next instant, the thick rays of light dissipated, and the large rock from before disappeared. In its place was a stone golem. Strange divine inscriptions were intertwined on its body, and it was difficult to see through them. However, one could sense that they were extraordinary and contained a shocking amount of divine power. Seeing this, Lin Tian was immediately shocked. A light flashed across his eyes, and his face was full of shock. This is a 9-holed strange rock that evolved into a human form after being unearthed. Could this be the 9-holed saint spirit? Chapter 1658. 9 Orifice Holy Spirit? The white tiger and Ling Yin looked at the stone man in front of them. They could clearly feel the terrifying aura emanating from the stone man. When they heard Hai Jingyao's trembling words, they guessed that the 9 Orifice Holy Spirit that Hai Jingyao was talking about was the stone man surrounded by endless light. However, they could not help but ask because they did not know anything about the 9 Orifice Holy Spirit. With that, the white tiger looked at Lin Tian. Kid, do you know? Lin Tian nodded. The 9 Orifice Holy Spirit is born from heaven and earth, surrounded by endless luck and immortal fate. It's extremely powerful from birth, comparable to the king physique and some powerful bloodlines. In addition, it's born with natural divine patterns. Its cultivation will be smooth sailing in the future. Its cultivation speed is extremely fast, far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. He naturally knew about the 9 Orifice Holy Spirit. He had read about it in ancient books. The moment the stone man evolved from the 9 Orifice strange stone, he had already guessed that it was a 9 Orifice Holy Spirit. It was rare for such a saint spirit to appear even once in a million years. However, every saint spirit was extremely terrifying and could overturn rivers and seas. He did not expect to see one here. The white tiger and Ling Yin were even more shocked when they heard that. It's so extraordinary. Ling Yun exclaimed, Otherwise, do you think it's called Holy Spirit for nothing? Lin Tianandao. Boom! In front of them, astonishing divine power surged. It was extremely dense. The nine-orifice Holy Spirit was surrounded by light, and the spiritual energy in all directions of the ocean intertwined and flowed into its body continuously. In an instant, the divine light outside its body became even denser. As the endless light surrounded it, the aura it emanated became even more terrifying, and the surrounding ocean boiled. This is definitely at the Immortal King level. The white tiger trembled. Ling Yin could not help but tremble. Born as an Immortal King, Lin Tian naturally felt the Immortal King level aura of the nine-orifice Holy Spirit, and his expression became a little serious. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. That is, in his sea of consciousness, the seven-colored divine sword trembled slightly. At this moment, he suddenly saw a mass of seven-colored divine light somewhere in the seven-colored divine sword. It was the same as the seven-colored divine light at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. It was nurtured and influenced by the sword's soul fragment during its birth? Does he have that kind of divine light in his body? He muttered to himself as his eyes shone brightly. Boom! The astonishing divine might continued to surge. The space of the sea region in this place trembled greatly. The water sources in all directions churned, creating one huge tornado after another. It was shocking. The power of the Immortal King level seemed to want to tear everything in the surroundings apart. After another 3 breaths, the place became quiet. The light around the nine orifices' sacred spirit's body gradually disappeared and turned into a dark silver armor that covered its body. At this moment, its eyes looked at Lin Tianyi and the others indifferently. The divine light around its body surged, and a large amount of divine light directly drowned the group of people. With your blood, I am born. The divine light rumbled and sealed off all directions. Its aura was extremely powerful. In an instant, the expressions of Ling Yun and the others changed. The pressure of the Immortal King level aura was too terrifying. It directly sealed off all directions and seemed to be able to easily crush everything. At this moment, only Lin Tian was very calm in the group. Facing the Immortal King level divine light, he raised his hand. The sword patterns in his right hand intertwined with a faint light and met the suppressing divine light. In the next moment, with a soft sound, the divine light that filled the sky was immediately annihilated. It was as if a weak flame had encountered a majestic wave. It was extremely fragile. Instantly, Ling Yin and the others turned pale. Kid, what are you doing? The white tiger stared. The divine light released by the nine orifices' sacred spirit was at the Immortal King level. But now, it was actually easily destroyed by Lin Tian. This was impossible. On the opposite side, the nine orifices' sacred spirit's body was surrounded by endless divine light. At this moment, it was also shocked. Its gaze fell directly on Lin Tian. It could sense that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the Golden Immortal level. A person at the Golden Immortal level could easily destroy its attack. Looking at Lin Tian, its eyes became even colder. 2 rays of light directly rushed out of its eyes and slashed towards Lin Tian like heavenly swords. With a clang, the endless water in all directions was directly shaken away. The 2 rays of light instantly arrived in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He still met the attack with his right hand. The sword patterns in his palm were strange. He slapped out twice and shattered the 2 rays of light that rushed towards him. This scene shocked Ling Yun, Ningye, and the others again. They could not help but widen their eyes. Kid, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Did you secretly take some strong medicine just now? The white tiger was shocked. The 2 rays of light released by the Immortal King, level 9 orifices, sacred spirit, were very terrifying. They were much stronger than the divine light from before. But still, they were shattered by Lin Tian with just a raise of his hand. This made it feel like it was dreaming. The 9 orifices, sacred spirit's eyes turned cold. Its gaze became a little threatening. It stared coldly at Lin Tian. "Who are you?" It was born at the Immortal King level and had outstanding intelligence. Now that it was facing a golden Immortal level cultivator, its 2 consecutive attacks of divine power were destroyed with just a raise of his hand. This made it feel strange. For a time, the Immortal King-level divine energy in its body boiled and surged out. A round sun of divine light appeared behind it. The entire sun was intertwined with boundless Immortal King-level aura, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space, causing this place to seem as if it had fallen into a scene of doomsday. Obviously, this was a terrifying technique. It wanted to destroy Lin Tian with this ultimate blow. "Don't bother." Lin Tian looked at the 9 orifices sacred spirit and said in a calm voice, "No matter what you do, it's useless in front of me." Just now, he saw a mass of 7-colored divine light in the 9 orifices sacred spirit's body. It was of the same quality and origin as the sword soul light of the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness. It caused the divine sword in his sea of consciousness to vibrate slightly. He had encountered such a thing when he was still in the 10 heavens domain. At that time, in the sword tomb in the 2nd heaven of the 10 heavens domain, he had seen many demon soldiers. Like the 9 orifices sacred spirit, they also had 7-colored divine light in their bodies. Their birth process was completely influenced by the sword soul fragments. Under such circumstances, he who was in control of the divine sword had absolute control over those demon soldiers born from the sword soul fragments. Now, the 9 orifices sacred spirit's birth process was obviously mainly nourished by the sword soul fragments. Therefore, he could completely suppress the 9 orifices sacred spirit, just like how he suppressed the demon soldiers in the sword tomb in the 10 heavens domain. Shameless boasting! How could the 9 orifices sacred spirit believe such words? Its eyes became colder. The round sun behind it intertwined with infinite divine light and pressed down mercilessly. Suddenly, as the round sun pressed down, all the water sources in the surroundings were pushed away. The aura of destruction was terrifying to the extreme. Ning Yeye and Hai Jingyao couldn't help but tremble. The white tiger and Ling Yun were the same. They were so shocked that their faces turned pale. "Kid, what you said just now, is it true?" The white tiger asked in a trembling voice. In the face of such a terrifying attack, they could only pin all their hopes on Lin Tian. Of course. Lin Tian Ondao, facing the destructive round sun, he raised his hand. A faint light flashed across the sword seal in his palm. He directly slapped the round sun into pieces. "Damn. This is true." The white tiger and Ling Yin were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Ning Yeye and Hai Jingyao naturally turned pale as well. They were both stunned by this scene. The 9 orifices sacred spirit's expression changed completely. Its voice was cold and deep. Impossible. It felt that Lin Tian was strange. It wanted to kill Lin Tian with that attack and used all its strength. However, such an attack was easily shattered by Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the 9 orifices sacred spirit. In the next moment, he moved and walked towards the 9 orifices sacred spirit. There was no trace of divine light on his body. Only the sword pattern in the palm of his right hand was slightly bright. With a swoosh, his body flashed and directly appeared in front of the 9 orifices sacred spirit. He used the sword pattern in his hand to seal it. The 9 orifice divine spirit's eyes were cold. Lin Tian had shattered its attacks several times in a row with his golden immortal cultivation, which made it feel incredulous. It sensed Lin Tian's strangeness, but at this time when it saw Lin Tian step in front of it and attack it, it still felt a strong chill in its heart. A mere golden immortal cultivator dared to attack it, a divine spirit in the immortal king realm. However, in the next moment, when it glanced at the sword pattern in Lin Tian's palm, it could not help but tremble violently. A sense of fear arose in it, for no reason. It only felt that the golden immortal Lin Tian had suddenly become extremely terrifying. He was like a god emperor who could destroy the world. It was as if he could easily destroy it. Whoosh! With this sudden fear and horror, it reacted extremely quickly. In an instant, it retreated more than 10,000 feet away from Lin Tian. It stared at Lin Tian and recalled the sword pattern in Lin Tian's hand. Its body could not help but tremble. Such a scene caused Ling Yun and the others to turn pale. That 9 orifices sacred spirit is actually afraid and fearful? The 3 people and 1 beast were shocked. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and looked at the 9 orifices sacred spirit. Then he took another step, leaving after images behind as he closed in on the other party. The 9 orifices sacred spirit could not help but tremble again as it closed in on Lin Tian. It only felt a real sense of death approaching it. Its eyes were cold. There was fear and murderous intent in its eyes. It retreated again, and a large crack appeared directly behind it. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Its speed was extremely fast. It was far from Lin Tian's current speed. Divine light surged around its body. As soon as it finished speaking, it disappeared into the large crack behind it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. It escaped. Ling Yun and the others looked at this scene, and their eyes widened even more. The Celestial King's sacred spirit was actually forced to flee by Lin Tian, a golden immortal. Chapter 1659. Ling Yun, Ningye, and the others were completely stunned. They were all dumbfounded. An immortal king realm saint spirit that was comparable to an immortal king physique was born from the heavens and the earth, and it was born from boundless karmic luck. It was extremely formidable, yet now it was actually so easily forced to flee by Lin Tian. This was truly too strange. One had to know that Lin Tian was only at the golden immortal level now. A golden immortal actually forced an immortal king to retreat. Kid, what's going on? What did you do? The white tiger stared at him. This matter was simply too unbelievable. Ningye and the others also looked at Lin Tian in shock. I just happened to restrain it. Lin Tianandao happened to restrain it. You, a golden immortal, can even restrain an immortal king. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and did not explain in detail. It was also at this moment that the seabed in this place rumbled again. The place where the 9-holed sacred spirit was born had more cracks spreading. It directly collapsed, forming a huge black hole. A destructive aura spread out from it. The surrounding seawater and some other stones were all swept into the black hole. Ling Yun and the others were still surprised that Lin Tian could restrain the 9-holed sacred spirit of the immortal king, sacred spirit. At this moment, they could not help but feel a chill on their scalps when they saw the scene. The 9-holed sacred spirit was born there. During the birth process, the surrounding space was completely disturbed and restrained. Now that it suddenly left, the void began to collapse and be annihilated. Hurry up and leave. The black holes that appeared in that place were a little terrifying. Once they were sucked into them, they would definitely die. At that moment, the group quickly retreated. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's eyes moved slightly as he looked ahead. There, within the soil layer at the bottom of the sea, a jade sculpture was swept up. It was a very beautiful sculpture of a dignified and beautiful woman. It was swept into the black hole along with pieces of wood shavings and wooden tablets. That is, a faint light flashed across his eyes. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and transformed it into a golden divine light handprint that grabbed at the jade sculpture across the air. The suction force of the surrounding black holes was very shocking. However, he was not too close now. Moreover, he was a reincarnated being at the peak of the golden immortal realm. He could still use his divine power to form a golden handprint to get close. The golden handprint approached the female jade sculpture in the blink of an eye and grabbed the jade sculpture and a few large pieces of wood around it. At the same time, he and the others also retreated. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated tens of thousands of feet away. They were no longer affected by the black holes. Soon after, several dozen breaths passed. The black hole disappeared, and everything returned to its normal state. Brat, why did you bring a jade sculpture? White Tiger looked at the jade carving that Lin Tian had grabbed, and when he saw the appearance of the jade carving, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Beauty! She looks of you, and she beauty by her looks, she has a beauty. At the side, Ling Yan's eyes were also shining as he clicked his tongue in admiration. However, Ning Ye and Hai Jingyao's expressions changed. Ning Ye said, "The people from Ice God Palace seem to have been looking for the main palace of Ice God Palace in this area. It is said that after the main palace was washed away, the water god Jade statue was in the main palace. This wouldn't be the progenitor Jade statue of Ice God Palace, right?" Hearing her words, Ling Yun and the White Tiger were immediately moved. Ling Yun said, "This seems possible." "It's not possible." Lin Tiandao said, "This is the jade sculpture." As he spoke, he flipped over a large piece of wood that he had grabbed along with the jade carving. The large piece of wood was a plaque, and there was an astonishing amount of Tao energy and an extremely ancient aura intertwined on it. There were 3 large words carved on it: Water God Temple. This wooden plaque was definitely the plaque of the main hall of the Ice God Palace. He had taken it along with the jade carving and buried it in the bottom of the sea with the jade carving. Thus, it was easy to conclude that this jade carving was the statue of the water god. This, Ningya and the others were shocked. The people from Ice God Palace came to this area to search for the ancestor jade sculpture. They had been searching for at least a few months and hadn't found it, but now they found it. Then, what do we do with this thing? Ling Yun asked. At this time, everyone was sure that this jade sculpture was definitely the statue of the ancestor of Ice God Palace, and this thing had nothing to do with them. White Tiger bared its fangs. Weren't those little girls from Deity Water Palace so rude and unreasonable? Also, that old woman made me even more annoyed. I hid so that they would never be able to find me. Lin Tian glanced at it and looked at the jade sculpture. He paused for a moment and said, "Find the people from this branch and hand them over." What? White Tiger had a strange expression. "Kid, did you take the wrong medicine? When did you become such a nice guy? You were just rudely stopped from entering this place. Now that you've found this thing, you're taking the initiative to give it to them?" Master Tiger remembers that you always seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Lin Tiandao's face darkened. "What do you mean seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Don't you know how to chat? I'm taking revenge for revenge. Don't they mean the same thing? They're 2 completely different things. Don't use words if you don't know how to use them." Lin Tiandao wanted to punch him. Ning Ye asked, "Brother Lin Tiandao, you're not just giving this jade sculpture to them, right? What other intentions do you have?" Lin Tiandao nodded. "Ice God Palace isn't weak. Those female disciples and that old woman might be a little unreasonable, but they're mainly worried that something might happen to their ancestor jade sculpture. Moreover, they didn't intend to kill us when they stopped us. They just wanted to stop us from entering this area." He paused and glanced at Ling Yun and the White Tiger. Of course, these 2 might be exceptions. Ling Yun and the White Tiger. Lin Tian continued, "From this point, it can be seen that the people of this lineage are not unable to distinguish right from wrong. If we send this water god's jade carving to the people who are searching for it, the people of this lineage should be grateful to us. And this time, the people of this lineage will definitely be accompanied by a heavenly immortal level expert, because they will need to open spatial portals to help them move back and forth. After sending this water God Jade sculpture over. It shouldn't be a problem to get the sky immortal experts to help us out of the sea region. With the power of faith, shouldn't you be able to open spatial portals from this sea region? Why do you have to do this? The white tiger was puzzled. Lin Tiandao. There's not much power of faith left in the immortal Emperor Pagoda. With my current cultivation, it's only enough to open spatial portals once. At this time, we can use this useless water god jade sculpture in exchange for the water god palace to open spatial portals for us to leave the sea region. What's wrong with leaving the power of faith for other uses? Moreover, we can use this opportunity to gain a powerful ally. No matter how you look at it, there's no harm. The white tiger was startled. That seems to make sense. It does make sense. Lin Tiandao. With that, he called out to the group and left to find the people of the Water God Palace who were looking for the Water God Jade sculpture. And the people of this faction just happened to live in this area. It didn't take long for them to find them. Then Lin Tiandao directly took out the Water God Jade sculpture and gave it to the group of experts of the Water God Palace. It really is the Water God's Jade sculpture. The group of experts of the Water God Palace were very excited. Then, as Lin Tiandao expected, the experts of this faction all thanked Lin Tiandao. Their expressions were very serious and mixed with excitement. Young man, I'm really sorry about what happened before. This old one apologizes to you and your companions. The old woman of the half-step mystic immortal realm from before came forward and apologized to Lin Tiani and the others. She even bent down. Lin Tiandao helped them find the jade sculpture of the Water God Palace's progenitor and gave it to them. This was a great favor. Sorry. The dozen young women also apologized one by one. It's fine, I understand. Lin Tiandao. These people had such a good attitude now, so he naturally wouldn't be too petty. Moreover, since he came here, he didn't take what happened before to heart. It's good that you know your wrongs. This tiger forgives you. That's right, Lord Ling has always been very magnanimous. The white tiger and Ling Yin spoke as their eyes swept back and forth between the dozen women. The dozen young women looked at the tiger and man and couldn't help but grit their teeth and clench their fists. Now their attitude towards Lin Tiandao, Ningye, and Hai Jingyao was very good and serious. However, when they looked at the white tiger and Ling Yin, their expressions were a little ugly. They couldn't forget the scene of being teased by the tiger and man. Moreover, at this time they were stared at like this again. Be polite to our benefactor's companions. A beautiful middle-aged woman of the Water God Palace who lived here said. She was at the mid-stage of the sky immortal realm. The dozen women gritted their teeth and looked angrily at Ling Yun and the white tiger. They all turned their heads away and didn't look at them anymore. Lin Tiandao gave the white tiger and Ling Yun a slap. Don't embarrass yourself. This tiger is a demon, not a human. Believe it or not, I'll stew you later. The white tiger. At this time, the beautiful woman from the Water God Palace took a step forward. She was the leader of the group of strong cultivators from the Water God Palace. She bowed towards Lin Tianwei and said, Little friend, you found the ancestral jade carving and personally brought it over to us. I represent the entire Water God Palace in thanking you. We're really grateful. She continued, This is a huge favor to my sect. Little friend, if you have any requests, please tell us. As long as it's within the means of the Water God Palace, we won't hesitate. She wasn't being polite. This was the truth, because this jade carving was the ancestral jade carving of their sect. It was too important to their sect. It was related to whether they could find their sect's ancestral jade carving. Lin Tiandao found this jade carving and brought it over to them personally. It was indeed a huge favor. Senior, you're too polite. It was a coincidence that I found the ancestral jade carving of your sect. It was just a small favor, Lin Tiandao said. However, I do have something that I need your help with. Chapter 1660. The middle-aged woman nodded. Please tell me, little friend. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Lin Tian smiled. With Senior's cultivation, it's very easy. Just help us leave this region and go to another province. That's it. The middle-aged woman was slightly surprised. Opening a spatial portal was indeed very simple for a heavenly immortal like her. She could do it with a raise of her hand. Yes, Lin Tian nodded. With regards to this, the beautiful middle-aged woman naturally had no hesitation. She immediately nodded and said, "No problem." "Thank you, Lin Tiandao." He found the sword spirit fragment in this region of the sea. The experts of the Ice God Palace obtained their progenitor statues. There was no need for them to continue staying at the bottom of the sea. The group headed to the surface. Soon, they left the bottom of the sea and rose to the surface. They landed on a nearby island. "Little friend, may I ask which province you want to go to?" The beautiful middle-aged woman from the Water God Palace asked Lin Tiandao. "Lao Wang Province," Lin Tian replied. He paused and asked Ningye, "Yeah, what about you? Are you and Miss Hai going to Tai Ning Province or to Lao Wang Province with us?" Before that, he had to go to Lao Wang Province to look for the 5 elements crocodile and little Tai Chu. Relying on the power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he could only open a spatial passage once. Therefore, Ningye and Hai Jingyao, who were with Ningye, had to go to Lao Wang Province with them if they wanted to leave the sea region. However, it was different now. With the help of a heavenly immortal from the Ice God Palace, opening a spatial portal wasn't difficult. Ningye could return to Tai Ning Province directly. In his heart, he also felt that Ningye wanted to go to Tai Ning Province the most. After all, Ningye still had relatives in Purple Freedom Treasure Sect in Tai Ning Province. Ningye thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to Tai Ning Province, Brother Lin Tian. I want to go back and see Grandpa." She said, when Extreme Een Hall appeared, Grandfather wasn't in Tai Ning Prefecture, so he must be fine. However, Yaya disappeared at that time. After so many years, Grandfather must be very worried about Yaya. Perhaps he thinks that Yaya is no longer in this world and is sad alone. Yaya wants to go back and tell him that she is safe. She had guessed that Lin Tian's inability to open portals frequently was due to some special means. After all, Lin Tianji was a golden immortal, so she didn't mention this at that time. But now, with the help of the powerhouses of Water God Palace, it wasn't difficult to open portals. So she chose to return to Purple Freedom Treasure Sect in Tai Ning Province. Although she wanted to continue training together with Lin Tian, she had met Lin Tian after hundreds of years. Furthermore, they had stayed together in this sea region for several months. However, she had been separated from her grandfather in the Purple Carefree Treasure Sect for hundreds of years. After hundreds of years, she saw Lin Tian again, but not her family. Now, she wanted to go back and see her grandfather the most. Lin Tianten smiled and rubbed Ningye's head. "Filial piety. Very good," he said. "When I find the little Taichu and that stupid crocodile, I'll find time to visit you in Tai Ning Province." "Okay." Ningye nodded happily, then looked at Hai Jingyao. "Sister Jing is going to Tai Ning Province with Yaya, right?" "Yes." Hai Jingyao smiled and nodded. She and Ningye met in the sea region and had been together for hundreds of years. Now that she was leaving the sea region, she would naturally go with Ningye. Then she looked at Lin Tian. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time." "It's my pleasure," said Lin Tian, smiling. Then he looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman from Godly Water Palace and said, "Master, please send them to Peaceful Continent." The middle-aged woman nodded. This wasn't difficult for her. She immediately used her Sky Immortal Level Divine energy to tear open a portal. "It's done," she said. "Go in." Lin Tian said to Ningye and Hai Jingyao. On this day, he bid farewell to Ningye and Hai Jingyao here. The two waved at him and then stepped into the portal to Tai Ning Province, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing Ningye and Hai Jingyao leave, Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged woman again. "Senior, Please open the portal to Lao Wang province." The middle-aged woman nodded. She had been preparing for this for a long time. She immediately took action and opened another silver portal. Lao Wang province is one of the dozens of king provinces. The competition is very fierce. I wish you all the best in Lao Wang province. She smiled at Lin Tiandao and then said, "In the future, if you have any difficulties or needs, please come to the Ice God Palace. As long as the Ice God Palace can help you, we'll do our best." Lin Tian had found the portrait of their first ancestor and personally delivered it to them. In her mind, such a great favor was not something that could be repaid by opening 2 spatial portals. "Thank you. If I really need your help, I'll have to trouble you," Lin Tian said courteously. As he stood on this island, he exchanged a few pleasantries with the beautiful middle-aged woman and the others before leaving with Ling Yun and the white tiger. He stepped into the spatial door that led to Lao Wang province and vanished in an instant. The middle-aged woman and the others stood in place. After a pause, she said, "We should return to the Ice God Palace. And the Water God's portrait has been found. We'll be able to find the reincarnation of the Water God soon. I'm really looking forward to it. We can actually see the ancestor in this era." Some of the younger disciples were very excited. The middle-aged woman smiled and intertwined her divine power. She opened a new portal and disappeared with the disciples of the Ice God Palace. Their vision was dark. Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the white tiger left the sea region. At this moment, they were in the boundless void. After an unknown period of time, the darkness disappeared. They were swept out of the boundless void and landed in a very vast mountain range. Looking around, this mountain range wasn't small. There were thick ancient trees everywhere. The immortal spiritual energy was shockingly dense. Many ancient beasts roamed the mountain. There were true immortal beasts everywhere. There were also quite a few golden immortal beasts. The demonic energy in the forest was as dense as the immortal spiritual energy. "This is Lao Wang province." Ling Yin was slightly shocked. "Since the sky immortal expert of the Ice God Palace sent us here, it naturally wouldn't be wrong. This is Lao Wang province." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. Just based on the situation before him, this place was truly worthy of being one of the several dozen king prefectures in the immortal region. It was much more extraordinary than the peaceful prefecture. He paused in this place and didn't stay for long. He called Ling Yin and the white tiger and walked out of the mountain range. Previously, when he was in the starry sky, he found out from that Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu were in Lao Wang province. However, he didn't know the exact coordinates. After all, the immortal realm was too big, countless times vaster than the starry sky. It was already very shocking that could accurately pinpoint the location of Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu to a fixed large province in the immortal realm. Under such circumstances, now that he had come to Lao Wang province, it was still not easy to find Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu in this vast province. He planned to go to some ancient cities where cultivators were gathered and gather information about Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu. Wait, I remember something. The white tiger suddenly widened its eyes and shouted, "Isn't there an emperor herb in the sea? I forgot to look for it." That kind of divine item can only be encountered by chance. How can it be easy to find it in the vast sea? Lin Tiandao. That's true, but after refining it, it's a peerless holy plant that can allow one to step into the God-Dharch realm in the future. It's priceless. The white tiger said, "Kid, don't you have any thoughts about that emperor herb? It's no big deal." Lin Tian was very calm. "I can also reach the God-Dharch realm in the future by myself." The white tiger rolled its eyes. How arrogant. How can it be so easy to reach the God-Dharch realm? Ling Yun curled his lips. "I don't think he's arrogant. If it's him, he can definitely reach the God-Dharch realm in the future. Of course, that's on the premise that he doesn't get struck by lightning. He knew that Lin Tian had the reincarnation body, known as the most mysterious and powerful king body in the world. As long as he continued to cultivate normally, as long as he didn't get struck by lightning, he would definitely reach the god Darch realm in the future. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. 2 people and a beast walked in the mountain range. The roars of ancient beasts could be heard constantly, and from time to time, a demonic wind would blow. Meow. With a cry, a black meow cat rushed out. It was comparable to a half-step golden immortal, and its eyes were green as it grabbed at the 2 people and the beast. Lin Tian didn't care, and his pace didn't change at all. At the same time, he said to the white tiger beside him, "Stupid tiger, your relative." "Relative, your second grandpa." The white tiger said angrily and clawed at the black meow cat, sending it flying thousands of feet away, smashing hundreds of thick ancient trees. "You're so cruel to your relatives. Brother tiger, you can't do this," Ling Yun said. The white tiger said, "F***, the 2 people and the beast walked on foot. In the process of walking out of the mountain range, they encountered more than 10 powerful beasts. Most of them were at the golden immortal realm, and their demonic aura was very frightening. However, this was obviously not a problem for the 2 men and 1 beast now. The ferocious beasts that they encountered were easily dealt with. Then, not long after, the group walked out of the mountain range. "Is there a large ancient city around here? Where should we go?" Ling Yin asked Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian had already told him and the white tiger to prepare to find an ancient city with more cultivators. This was because it was easy to collect a lot of information in such an ancient city. It would be useful for finding the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu who lived in this large continent. This is also my first time in this large continent. How would I know if there is a large ancient city around here? Let's walk like this first. When we meet a cultivator later, we'll know when we ask. Lin Tiandao. He didn't change his pace, and he called Ling Yun and the white tiger to some of the main roads. It was easier to meet cultivators on the main roads, and they could find out if there was a large ancient city around here. Boom! At this moment, in a mountain range far away, an astonishing divine power shook and thunder rumbled. It was powerful and frightening. Looking from afar, the sky was densely packed with thunder and lightning, converging into a sea of thunder. Among them, thunder temples were laid out horizontally, tyrannical and majestic. Such a scene made Lin Tian and Ling Yun's expressions change immediately. Divine Cry Temple. Chapter 1661. Lin Tian was shocked by the sea of lightning and the intertwining thunder palaces. This was clearly the thunder god Physique's king's region. Divine Roar Palace. Ling Yun naturally recognized that it was the Divine Roar Palace. He immediately widened his eyes in shock. By Ziki, let's go. Lin Tiandao. He was naturally very concerned about seeing a king's region like the Divine Roar Palace here because Baiziki had the thunder god Physique. Immediately, he called Ling Yun and the white tiger to go to the Divine Roar Palace. They arrived in the blink of an eye. This place was a concave gorge. The ground was crimson yellow, and there wasn't any vegetation nearby. Everywhere that met the eye, a violet-clothed man was encircled at the center by over 10 experts, and his body was tainted with a great deal of blood, yet his figure was still tall and straight. Moreover, over 100 corpses were scattered all around his feet, and all of them emitted the aura of half-step mysterious immortal realm, while blood tainted a large expanse of the ground red. Lin Tian looked to the front. His gaze landed on the purple-clothed man as a glint flashed across his eyes. It's really him. Ling Yin widened his eyes. The white tiger looked ahead. Is he an acquaintance of yours? Brat Lin's brother-in-law. Ling Yun said, Your brother-in-law. The white tiger looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Did you kidnap his sister? Lin Tian wanted to slap it to death. What did he mean by kidnap? Did he know how to chat? However, The white tiger looked ahead and spoke again. His eyes were full of shock. Your brother-in-law is a little abnormal. He looks like he has the same cultivation as you, but he killed more than 100 half-step mystic immortals alone. The aura of some of the corpses seems to be infinitely close to the mystic immortal realm. He's simply a monster. After all, he has the thunder god physique. It would be strange if he wasn't a monster. He was also very strong when he was in the 10 directions, celestial domain. Ling Yun said, "Boom." Baiziki's clothes were stained with blood, and his entire body was intertwined with lightning. He really looked like the god of thunder. Even Lin Tian, who had cultivated the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation, couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of lightning power was truly terrifying and shocking. So what if you have the thunder god king physique? Your divine power is almost depleted. Bow down obediently and hand over the ancient god diagram, and we can give you a quick death. More than 10 people surrounded by Ziki, and all of them were half-step mysterious immortals. Their eyes were cold and full of coldness, but there was a kind of fear in the depths of their eyes. Surrounded by more than 10 people, Baiziki's face was slightly pale because his divine power was almost depleted. Even so, his expression was cold. Streaks of lightning circled around him, and the divine Roar Palace floated behind him. There was no sign of fear on his face. More than 10 half-step mysterious immortals surrounded Baiziki. Some of them had rings behind them, some had Tao radiance intertwined around their bodies, and some had golden immortal artifacts floating above their heads. Seeing Baiziki's posture, all of them were even colder. However, for a moment, no one dared to attack. They were really shocked by Baiziki's combat strength. At this time, even though they felt that Baiziki's divine power was about to be depleted, they still had a strong sense of fear in their hearts. At this time, no one was willing to be the first to attack. However, this situation didn't last for long. In the next moment, among the more than 10 people, a middle-aged man in brown gritted his teeth and directly moved. "Don't be afraid. He doesn't have much divine power left. Let's attack together. With his current state, he can't threaten us." This person waved a golden immortal artifact, which was intertwined with wisps of Tao power and blasted towards Baiziki. Then, with a swoosh, the others also moved. All of their auras were still extremely strong, and they were full of divine power and Tao power. They all cast their ultimate divine techniques. All of a sudden, the void in this place rumbled as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. Baiziki's expression didn't change at all. He led the divine Cry Palace to dodge and charged towards the middle-aged man in brown. The divine Cry Palace emitted immortal divine light and descended from the sky. This was the king's territory. Although it was a little weak because of Baiziki's lack of divine power, its power was still very terrifying and seemed to be able to suppress everything. With a crack, the middle-aged man in brown's golden immortal artifact that was suppressing Baiziki was shattered on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the divine Cry Palace's momentum did not decrease at all as it suppressed the surroundings. In the next moment, it landed steadily on the middle-aged man in brown. The middle-aged man in brown, who was a half-step mystic immortal, was directly destroyed in body and soul by the divine Cry Palace. At the same time, Baiziki's powerful body trembled slightly. At this moment, there was only a last wisp of divine power left. When the other dozen or so people saw that the middle-aged man in brown was killed by Baiziki with another blow, they all trembled. However, in the next moment, they saw Baiziki's divine Cry Palace disappear and sensed that Baiziki's divine power had weakened to the point that there wasn't even lightning surrounding his body. Their eyes were filled with coldness as they once again pressed towards Baiziki. At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart sounded. In the distance, Lin Tian moved, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Baiziki as if he was teleporting. "Hey, Pighead, long time no see." He greeted Baiziki, and at the same time waved his hand, and a large number of sword lights appeared and slashed out like a storm of swords. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, Blood splattered everywhere. The dozen or so half-step mystic immortals who were charging towards Baiziki were all pierced and sent flying. At this moment, Baiziki's divine power was completely depleted. Looking at Lin Tian, who appeared beside him, a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect to meet Lin Tian here. "Who is it?" An angry roar sounded. The dozen or so half-step mystic immortals who were sent flying by Lin Tian's sword stabilized themselves. At this moment, their eyes all fell on Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't care about these dozen or so people. He glanced at Baiziki, who was beside him, and said, "Not bad, White Pig Head. You killed more than 100 half-step mystic immortals alone with your peak golden immortal cultivation, and you're only depleted of divine power. You're not even injured at all." Baiziki's body was covered in blood, but after looking at it, he realized that it was completely someone else's blood. Baiziki didn't care about Lin Tian's words and asked, "Why are you here?" "I got separated from little Tai Chu and that stupid crocodile. I came to Liaowang province to look for them and happened to pass by here. Then I saw your divine Rumble Palace." Lin Tian Dao. Baiziki nodded and didn't say anything else. "Kill them all. Bring the ancient divine map back to the tribe." A cold voice sounded, full of killing intent. The dozen or so half-step mystic immortals looked at Lin Tian, who suddenly appeared, and then looked at Baiziki. Then they moved together and charged towards him. Looking at the dozen or so people charging towards him, Baiziki didn't move. At this time, Lin Tian appeared in this place. Although he didn't know Lin Tian's actual combat strength, he subconsciously felt that Lin Tian could easily deal with these people. Therefore, he didn't care about the dozen or so people charging towards him. He just silently circulated the ancient scripture to recover his essence, qi, and spirit. Lin Tian's expression was also very calm. These dozen or so people were all half-step mystic immortals, and their divine power and Tao power were amazing. However, with his current cultivation at the peak of the golden immortal realm, he really didn't care about these dozen or so half-step mystic immortals. Clang, clang, clang. He stood quietly on the spot, and a large number of sword lights appeared around him. He activated the heavenly sword scripture and turned into a sword storm that swept out in all directions. Moreover, at the same time, he cast the divine art of divination. With his current cultivation base at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, he instantly transformed into dozens of divine elephants that pressed down on the dozen people. Such a combination attack could be said to be terrifyingly powerful. The void in this place was about to be torn apart. Ah! Screams were heard immediately. Someone was killed. After being pierced by a large number of heavenly sword lights, he encountered the divine images and was directly shattered. Even his divine soul was shattered. At the same time, the other half-step mystic immortals also suffered. Blood, mist exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, 13 people died, and only one person was left standing. At this time, looking at Lin Tian again, the last person couldn't help but be shocked. This was a man who was not weaker than the thunder god physique. Damn it! The person gritted his teeth and rushed towards the distance, without hesitation. At this time, he chose to escape. Lin Tian waved his hand, and a divine sword from the heavenly sword scripture was slashed out. Its speed was extremely fast, and it caught up with the person in the blink of an eye. With a poof, the person's physical body was shattered. Then a sword light was thrown out, and the person's divine soul was also shattered. In an instant, the place became quiet. Baiziki circulated the ancient scripture, and his essence, energy, and spirit were slowly recovering. He looked at Lin Tian with a flash of light in his eyes. He knew that Lin Tian had always been very powerful. He knew that Lin Tian could kill more than 10 half-step mystic immortals. However, at this time, when he saw Lin Tian kill more than 10 half-step mystic immortals, he was still slightly moved. This was because the process of killing them was really simple. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two ear-piercing sounds could be heard. Ling Yin and the white tiger rushed over from afar. "Brother, Bai, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You're becoming more and more like the Thunder God." Ling Yun looked at Bai Ziki and said. Bai Ziki looked at Ling Yun and nodded. "It's been more than 300 years. You killed more than 100 half-step mystic immortals alone. Thunder God's brother-in-law, you're really perverted." The white tiger stepped forward and greeted him. At the same time, there was a look of shock in his eyes. Bai Ziki looked at the white tiger and then at Lin Tian. "A stupid tiger." Lin Tian briefly introduced the white tiger to Bai Ziki. At the same time, he introduced the white tiger to Bai Ziki. Bai Ziki understood and nodded at the white tiger. "Speaking of which, brother-in-law, I heard that those people were snatching your map of the ancient god. What's that?" The white tiger was very familiar with Lin Tian. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian and Ling Yun turned to look at Bai Ziki. Bai Ziki naturally wouldn't hide anything from Lin Tiani and the others. He immediately took out an ancient scroll made of animal skin. "This is it," he said. "I obtained this by chance in an immortal king's tomb. It seems to record the specific location of an ancient sacred land. There seems to be a very shocking treasure in the sacred land." Chapter 1662. The beast skin scroll was dark gray in color. It wasn't too big, and there were densely packed diagrams engraved on it. From the looks of it, there were many immortal mountains, and there were also lakes and other things. It was unknown how long this scroll had existed for. In the center of the ancient scroll, there was a strange rune that was imprinted with divine power. It was especially conspicuous. The various topographies on this scroll are put together to form the Holy Land. The place marked with the strange rune is where the treasure is hidden. Ling Yin stared at the animal skin ancient scroll. That's obviously the case. Lin Tiandao, the white tiger, revealed a trace of doubt and said, "This should have been specially engraved by someone. It should be that the person who engraved it had already discovered the precious treasure in that divine land. But since they had already discovered it, why didn't they take it away? Why leave this map behind? Probably, even though they found the treasure, they didn't have the ability to take it away. Therefore, they drew this map as a memento." Lin Tiandao, when he was in the 10 Directions sky domain, he had obtained a parchment map. It was also carved with a strange ancient land. Every dangerous point in the ancient land was marked on the parchment map. That parchment map was carved because some ancient people had entered the ancient land and found the treasure, but couldn't take it away. He deduced from this and felt that the beast skin map that Bai Ziki obtained was also drawn in this way. "That makes sense," White Tiger said. Ling Yin looked at the animal skin ancient scroll. "Look, where is this place?" he asked Bai Ziki. "Brother Bai, do you know?" Bai Ziki shook his head. Although the map on the beast skin ancient scroll was very detailed, it was the exact location of the divine land. However, even he, who found the beast skin ancient scroll, didn't know where the exact location of the divine land was. Lin Tian looked at the ancient scroll. He was also not clear about it. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's go to the ancient cities nearby and take a look. We can ask other people indirectly." He asked Bai Ziki, "Do you know of any relatively large ancient cities nearby?" He wanted to find the little Taichu and Wuxing crocodile who lived in the Laowang province, so he needed to go to some big ancient cities to collect information. Now, it was a good opportunity to inquire about the general location of the map on the animal skin ancient scroll. Bai Ziki nodded. He knew about this. He pointed to the southeast and said, "There's one about 1,000,000 miles away." "All right, let's go there now." Lin Tiandao. Immediately, the 3 people and 1 beast soared into the air and headed towards the southeast of this place. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. After an hour, a big city appeared in front of the 3 people and 1 beast. The city walls were towering, mixed with a strong aura of time. It was unknown how long it had existed. Lin Tian and the others walked into the ancient city and asked around in a roundabout manner. However, they did not find any information about the whereabouts of little Taichu and the five-element crocodile. However, they did obtain an answer about the location on the beast skin ancient scroll. That location just happened to be in the Laowang province. It was just that it was a little far from their current location. That place is deserted. With our current cultivation, it would take about 3 days and 3 nights to get there from here. Ling Yun said, "It's not a big deal. We're not in a hurry anyway. Let's go." Lin Tiandao. Now, they couldn't get any specific clues about the little Taichu and Wuxing crocodile. He decided to go with Baiziki, Lingyan, and the White Tiger to take a look at the Holy Land recorded on the animal skin ancient scroll that Baiziki obtained. If they could, they would work together to take out the treasure. That would definitely be beneficial to their group. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Their speed was very fast. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, they stopped. Looking around, there was a dense, short mountain in front of them. Most of the places were bare, and the mortal spiritual energy was very thin. It was difficult to see even a sea of consciousness level monster in the mountains. "We're here." Lin Tiandao. The group descended from the sky and walked towards the dense mountain. Soon, they arrived at a location in the northwest corner of the dense mountain range and stopped there. According to the description on the animal skin map, although the Holy Land was located here, it wasn't in the outside space. It was in a hidden spirit realm. The location of the entrance was coincidentally in this area. Lin Tiandao find and open the entrance to the spirit realm. Ling Yun said, Lin Tiandao controlled the dragon burial scripture and was very good at the general trend of heaven and earth. Finding and opening the entrance to a hidden spirit realm in a specific area wasn't a difficult task. Lin Tiandao nodded and activated the dragon burial scripture immediately. Soon, he found an invisible and transparent boundary in this place. He intertwined the dragon burial scripture and made it appear. The boundary rippled like water. It looked very fragile to the naked eye, but in fact it was very strong. Normally, one would need to be at least a half-step heaven immortal to be able to open it. However, the dragon burial scripture controlled by Lin Tiandao had an amazing disintegrating power against such a natural boundary. Therefore, this kind of boundary was not difficult for Lin Tiandao. Soon it was broken by Lin Tiandao, causing a big crack to appear in the boundary. "Let's go in." Lin Tiandao said the right time. Immediately, he, Baiziki, and the others stepped into the crack and appeared in a huge spirit realm. At the same time, the entrance to the spirit realm behind them closed by itself and disappeared. Roar! Roar! The spirit realm was vast and huge. The immortal spiritual chi was extremely rich. Huge mountains were connected to each other. Between them, ancient beasts roared and immortal birds screeched. The demonic chi they emitted was extremely rich. The weakest one was comparable to a golden immortal. The group was not surprised. The spirit realm formed in the immortal realm was much richer in immortal spiritual chi than the outside world. After a long time, the immortal birds and ancient beasts born in the spirit realm would naturally become very powerful. That divine land seems to be at the center of the spirit realm. Lin Tiandao said. Immediately, the 3 people and 1 beast headed toward the center of the spirit realm. However, they'd only just strode out for a short distance when a formidable flying beast noticed them, and it directly pounced towards them while causing waves of shocking violent winds to arise. It was an entire half-step mysterious immortal realm. The group was not bothered by it. Lin Tiandao raised his hand and slapped at the beast that was pouncing on them. However, at this moment, an ancient beast charged over from another position. It stared at Lin Tiany's group and the huge beast at the same time. Obviously, it treated Lin Tiany's group and the huge beast at the half-step mystic immortal level as its prey. The huge beast was so shocked that it trembled violently. It immediately stopped and fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Roar! The ancient beast's eyes were crimson blue. After the huge beast soared into the sky and fled, its gaze fell on Lin Tiany's group. It let out a terrifying roar, and the rolling sound waves shattered a large part of the void. Peak Heaven Immortal Level. Chapter 1663. The ancient beast roared. Its eyes were blue, and its demonic aura shattered the void. Lin Tian and the rest were shocked. Run! Lin Tiandao shouted. A heavenly immortal ferocious beast was not something that they could contend against now. Running away was their only choice now. The three of them and the beast moved at the same time. All of them escaped at an extremely fast speed. Roar! The ancient beast roared, and its voice shook the sky. Everywhere it passed, the thick ancient trees were crushed. The solid void was distorted by the demonic aura around its body. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian ran at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he waved the Ling Tian sword scripture. Large amounts of Ling Tian sword radiance appeared and struck the ancient beast like a rain of swords. Of course, he did not think that he could hurt the ancient beast. He only did it to disrupt its pursuit. Boom! Baiziki's body was intertwined with thunder. A sea of thunder came crashing down from the sky. The power of thunder was terrifying. At the same time, Ling Yin and the white tiger attacked together. Each of them unleashed an extremely powerful secret technique. The ancient beast roared. It did not stop at all. It charged forward and shattered the killing light of the group in an instant. Lin Tian's expression changed again when he saw this. Even though he had never thought that his divine arts would be able to harm the ancient beast, he still could not help but be slightly surprised when he saw the ancient beast directly charge through and smash everything to pieces. Speaking of which, Brother Tiger, why don't you stay behind to cover us? We are all demons. You can talk to it and ask it to stop chasing us. Ling Yin said to the white tiger beside him as he ran. Scram! The white tiger scolded. The void rumbled and the earth shook. The ancient beast charged forward and closed the distance between it and the group. Lin Tian and the rest flew at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, they encountered many other beasts. Most of them were at the golden immortal level. During this process, some ferocious beasts had targeted them and wanted to attack them. However, when they saw the celestial level ancient beast chasing after them, all of them trembled in fear and turned to flee. They were afraid of being targeted by the celestial level ancient beast. The celestial immortal ancient beast's eyes were deep blue, and its demonic aura was boundless. It stared straight at Lin Tian and the others, and the distance between them quickly shortened. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. Lin Tiany's group was fleeing, and the celestial immortal beast was hot on their heels. Finally, it arrived in front of Lin Tiany's group. With a heaven-shaking roar, a powerful demonic glow surged out and pounced on them. However, in the next moment, the heavenly immortal grayed ancient beast's body shook violently, and it suddenly came to a halt. Why did it stop? Ling Yun didn't understand. Lin Tian was also surprised. Then, in the next moment, his body trembled slightly, and he was immediately moved. Wait a minute, stop. They had fled all the way to this place. The surroundings were still filled with ancient trees, and the road ahead was also flat. However, he suddenly felt very uneasy. Behind them, the celestial level ancient beast stared at Lin Tiany's group and slowly retreated. Then, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distance. It ran away. White Tiger was moved. Lin Tian saw this scene and felt even more uneasy. Baiziki and Ling Yun frowned as well. Seeing the celestial level ancient beast's actions, they immediately felt a sense of uneasiness. Lin Tian stood on the spot, and his essence, qi, and spirit were at their peak. At this moment, he carefully observed the area. Then, in the next moment, he was moved again. "We are in trouble," he said in a low voice. "What did you see?" Baiziki asked. Ling Yun and White Tiger also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and drew a ray of sword light. It landed not far away and cut open a piece of the ground. The soil shattered, and a large crack appeared on the ground. Then a fishy smell of blood flowed out from the ground. Immediately, Baiziki, Ling Yun, and White Tiger's expressions changed. After the ground was cut open, there was actually blood flowing out. True devil blood plains. Lin Tian said in a low voice, "This is a demonic land. Even a celestial king might not be able to walk out alive after stepping into it." Baiziki and the rest immediately felt their hearts sink. They finally understood why the celestial level ancient beast retreated just now. "Then hurry up and retreat," White Tiger said. Lin Tian shook his head. "Since we have already stepped into this place, we can't retreat. At least, we can't retreat from this place." "How can that be?" White Tiger didn't believe it. There was clearly an open space behind them, so why couldn't they retreat? Immediately, it retreated along the path they came from. However, just as it retreated about 10 feet, a blood-colored barrier appeared silently and knocked it back with a bang. It hurts. White Tiger cursed. That blood-colored barrier didn't look sturdy at all, but after hitting it, it felt as if it was hit by a huge hammer that weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. Baiziki looked at the blood-colored barrier and frowned. "There's an extremely soft but domineering aura." "Indeed." Ling Yun nodded. It was also at this moment that the blood-colored barrier shook slightly. In the next moment, it disappeared silently as if it had never appeared before. Immediately, the group knew that at this moment, it was really as Lin Tian said. There was really no way to retreat from this place. "What should we do? Is there a solution?" Ling Yun asked Lin Tiandao. This place was undoubtedly a terrifying, ominous situation. Only Lin Tian was good at this kind of thing. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. "We've only just entered the true Devil Blood Plains, and we're only at the edge. Because we've intruded into this place, the Blood Plains have imprinted our auras in this place, so we can't leave this place or its vicinity. However, we can go around the edge and walk further away before leaving." He cultivated the dragon burial scripture. At this moment, strands of dragon patterns emerged from the soles of his feet and surged towards the ground. He could accurately grasp the range of the true Devil Blood Plains. Then he had Baiziki and the others follow behind him and leave this place. They walked around the true Devil Blood Plains in an arc. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled for more than 2 hours. It was also at this moment that he stopped. The sky full of dragon patterns intertwined and surged in all directions. Soon, a blood-colored barrier rushed out from the ground and blocked in front of them. Then he used the sky full of dragon patterns as a sharp blade and opened a gap in the blood-colored barrier. "Let's go," he said in a deep voice and called out to Baiziki and the others. He was very fast and stepped out of the gap in an instant. Behind him, the gap in the blood-colored barrier closed in the blink of an eye. Then, the blood-colored barrier disappeared silently. "We're out?" the White Tiger asked. "We're out." Lin Tian nodded. "We're really out," the White Tiger said. "Oh, this isn't very dangerous." Lin Tian glanced at it. "Didn't I say that we've just stepped into the edge of the true Devil Blood Plains? The danger level is the lowest. If we go deeper, even if I control the dragon burial scripture, there's a 90% chance that we'll be buried there. No matter what, it's a good thing that we're out," Ling Yin said. Ling Yin said as he looked around. "Speaking of which, where are we in this spirit realm? Look at the beast skin map." Lin Tian looked at Baiziki and said. Baiziki took out the beast skin map. The 3 people and 1 beast looked at it carefully. Then they found that compared to their previous position, they were now closer to the divine land in the center of the spirit realm. Then the The group didn't stop and walked toward the divine land. This spirit realm was very vast, and the immortal spiritual energy inside was very dense. Thick and strong ancient trees were connected to each other. They were all towering trees in the truest sense of the word. No one knew how long they had been growing. Roar! A golden immortal level, ferocious beast pounced on them. Its whole body was covered in black scales, as if it was wearing a divine armor. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped it away. Then he continued to rush toward the divine land in the center of this spirit realm. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 days passed. In these 3 days, they encountered many terrifying, ferocious beasts. There were a few heavenly, immortal level, ferocious beasts. However, they managed to get away safely. Finally, on this day, they arrived at the divine land in the center of this spirit realm. Looking ahead, there was a super huge divine mountain in front of them. Ancient trees lay horizontally and strange rocks were steep. It was as if tens of thousands of immortal mountains had been twisted together by someone. It gave off an incomparably majestic feeling. It was as if it could encompass everything. This is the divine land. This aura is not simple. The white tiger's eyes widened. Even though he didn't know anything about mountains and rivers, he could tell that this place was extraordinary. Ling Yun nodded and said, "It's like the divine land where the ancient gods gathered." Very shocking. Even someone as calm as Baiziki was a little surprised at this time. Lin Tian cultivated the dragon burial scripture. Naturally, he could feel the mysticism of this place. The 10 immortal meridians gathered at the bottom of this place, causing this divine mountain to have the aura of a myriad of mountains. Moreover, the immortal spiritual energy in this place was obviously thicker than in other places. Go, go, go. Let's go to the center of this mountain. Let's see what exactly that precious treasure is. We must get it for it. The white tiger bared its teeth and said excitedly, it couldn't wait to get it. Lin Tianwei nodded slightly. Immediately, the 3 people and 1 beast entered the divine mountain and walked towards the center of this divine mountain. After entering the divine mountain, the immortal spiritual energy inside was even thicker. It was shockingly thick. The air was very fresh. Occasionally, there would be a gentle breeze blowing past, landing on one's face. It was very comfortable. Because the immortal spiritual energy in this divine mountain was very thick, there were even more powerful ancient beasts. The group moved forward carefully, avoiding one beast after another. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled far away. Right at this moment, strands of white mist suddenly appeared in the air within this divine mountain. It was unknown where it came from, but in the blink of an eye, the surrounding space became a vast expanse of white. The naked eye could only see things within a radius of 30 feet, and the powerful divine sense had completely lost its effectiveness. This caused the group to be shocked and stop in their tracks. What's going on? Ling Yin looked around cautiously and asked Lin Tiandao, have we entered some kind of dangerous situation again? Lin Tiandao's divine sense was also useless. After pausing for a while, he opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker. The white fog in this space became extremely clear in his vision. Then, in the next moment, a light flashed across his eyes. It's not a dangerous situation. It's an immortal opportunity. Chapter 1664. Immortal Fate. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the group of people was slightly shocked. What immortal fate? What did you see? The white tiger asked. At this time, there was white mist everywhere in this space. The white tiger, Lin Tian, and Baiziki could only see things within 30 feet of their field of vision. Their divine senses could not sense anything. However, at this time, when they saw Lin Tian open his special eyes, they could imagine that Lin Tianyi must have seen something extraordinary. This was because they knew that Lin Tian's divine eyes were extraordinary. They could see through illusions. It was very magical. A huge celestial pool. Lin Tiandao. He stood in place, the dragon veins in his eyes intertwining. His gaze fell on the bottom of his feet. Underground. Baiziki noticed his gaze. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. He stood in place. Strands of dragon veins gushed out from under his feet and surged into the ground. At the same time, divine power moved along with them, causing the soil in front of him to crumble and turn into flying ash. He dug a tunnel that led to the underground of this place. Follow, he said to Baiziki and the others. Then he jumped down from the tunnel that led to the underground. Baiziki, Lingyan, and the others did not hesitate. They followed him and jumped down together. Lin Tian walked at the front. After Baiziki and the others jumped down, he waved his hand and threw a large amount of divine light above the tunnel entrance. It was mixed with dragon veins and the 4-symbol seal. The layer of soil at the entrance of the tunnel collapsed and then sealed, covering all traces and auras. It was very dark underground. Lin Tian used the dragon veins to open a path. After about 15 minutes, the layer of soil below collapsed, revealing a relatively narrow underground space. Very thick white mist intertwined in this space. A large pool of about 100 feet in radius emerged from this underground space. It slowly floated up and rose up. At that moment, Ling Yin and the others were all moved. Not only did they know that the white mist above them had emerged from this place, but they were also shocked by the huge celestial pool in front of them. They all felt the extremely thick, celestial spiritual qi. The pool of water seemed to be formed by the celestial spiritual qi. It is indeed an immortal fate, a great immortal fate. White Tiger's eyes lit up. He was very excited. Such a huge celestial pool with such thick, celestial spiritual qi. The benefits of cultivating in this place were unimaginable. Let's not talk more. Let's start cultivating. Lin Tian Andao. At this time, such a huge celestial pool was intertwined in this place. It could be said that it was a crystallized fruit formed by 10 celestial meridians. It contained extremely vast celestial spiritual qi and nomological fragments. Refining it would be of great benefit to them. They would all be able to increase their strength greatly. They would definitely be able to easily raise their cultivation by a small level. At that moment, the 3 people and 1 beast each found a corner of the celestial pool and sat down cross-legged. They circulated the ancient scriptures and cultivated. For a moment, for different types of divine radiance surged, illuminating the entire underground space. Buzz! Outside Lin Tian's body, golden light intertwined and Tao power surged. At this time, he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit, while absorbing the celestial spiritual qi in this celestial pool to cultivate and improve his cultivation. He also used the nomological fragments to comprehend his thunder immortal Tao and the nameless Tao law. As a result, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger and stronger. The Tao power outside his body also fluctuated and became thicker and thicker. Then time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, on this day, with a boom, an enormous force rushed out from his body. The golden divine light outside his body became even more resplendent and blazing, and the light of the Tao became even thicker and denser. Gusts of divine wind swept up in this underground space. Half-step mystic immortal. He opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. During this month, he had used the vast celestial spiritual qi in this celestial pool to cultivate. At this time, he had advanced again. He had reached the half-step mystic immortal realm from the mid-stage golden immortal realm. His divine power, physique, and soul had all become stronger. Moreover, his understanding of the thunder immortal Tao had become more thorough. His understanding of the nameless Tao law had also improved a little. At this time, his divine power, soul power, and Tao power were not weaker than ordinary mystic immortals. Boom! 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 Overbearing divine power and demonic light surged out one after another. On this celestial pool, Ling Yin, the white tiger, and Baiziki had broken through one after another. Ling Yin and the white tiger had reached the half-step mystic immortal realm, and Baiziki had reached the half-step mystic immortal realm. Their strength had increased tremendously. The white tiger was excited. It could not help but howl. It had just broken through to the mid-stage golden immortal realm not long ago. Now, it had broken through to the half-step golden immortal realm. This improvement made it very excited. Awesome. Ling Yin clicked his tongue. Lin Tian and Baiziki seemed to be calmer and more composed. However, there were also wisps of light in their eyes. At this time, the white mist above the celestial pool had become very thin. The celestial spiritual chi and nomological fragments in the pool had been almost exhausted by the 3 people and 1 beast. There's still some celestial spiritual chi and nomological fragments left. Use them to consolidate your cultivation. Let's go, Lin Tian said. Then the 3 people and 1 beast once again activated their respective ancient scriptures. They used the remaining celestial spiritual chi and nomological fragments in this celestial pool to consolidate their current cultivation. Then, in the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. On this day, the celestial spiritual chi and nomological fragments in this celestial pool had been completely exhausted by the group. The 3 people and 1 beast's aura had become extremely condensed. Let's go. Lin Tian on Dao. He was still leading the way. The group quickly left this underground space and reappeared on the surface. Then, the group did not stay in the same place. They followed the map on the animal skin ancient scroll and went straight to the center of this divine mountain. Roar! Roar! The divine mountain was very vast. There were all kinds of ancient beasts in it. From time to time, there would be shocking beast roars echoing through the sky. The 3 people and 1 beast walked among the beasts, heading towards the center of the divine mountain. Soon they were targeted by fierce beasts. A demonic horned ape and an illusory flame rhinoceros rushed towards them. Both of them were more than 10 meters tall, and their bodies were intertwined with a bloody and terrifying aura. Both of them are comparable to cultivators in the early stage of the Xian immortal realm. Ling Yin and the white tiger were shocked. It was also at this time that Lin Tian and Baiziki rushed out. Golden sword rays intertwined, and the purple power of the thunder god surged. In the blink of an eye, they fought with the 2 ancient beasts. The void rumbled and the ground cracked. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Tian threw a punch and landed on the demonic horned ape. It was directly sent flying, and beast blood splattered everywhere. Boom! Thunder roared. Baiziki's body was surrounded by endless lightning. A bolt of lightning struck, causing the void to distort slightly. The illusory flame rhinoceros was sent flying more than 10,000 meters away. Its entire body was instantly charred black, and a burnt smell spread out. These 2 freaks, Ling Yin and the white tiger, stared at each other. There was a huge gap between a half-step to the mystic immortal realm and a mystic immortal realm. Now that Lin Tian and Baiziki were only half-step to the mystic immortal realm, they were already able to send a powerful beast that was comparable to an early-stage mystic immortal realm cultivator flying. This really shocked them. Boom! Boom! Ahead, divine energy surged with the glow of the Tao as Lin Tian and Baiziki fought a mysterious immortal realm, ferocious beast each. They'd unleashed their full combat strength, causing numerous shocking gales to sweep out from this place and shake all the nearby ancient trees into pieces. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. The demonic horned ape and the illusory flame rhinoceros became fearful. They immediately turned and fled into the distance. The 2 humans in front of them were too strong. It made them feel fearful. Their demon bodies were huge, but they were very agile and fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a long distance and disappeared in 2 different directions. Lin Tian and Baiziki stopped and did not pursue. After all, They were not their mortal enemies. There was no need to pursue. Who? Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of foul air, clenched his fists, and nodded to himself. He was rather satisfied with his current combat strength. He was sure that with his current cultivation, he was confident in being able to kill an initial stage mystic immortal realm expert if he really fought with his full strength. At the side, Baiziki's eyes were interwoven with bright lights. Obviously, he was pondering about the limits of his current combat strength based on the battle with the illusory flame rhinoceros. All right, stop thinking about it. Both of you are abnormal and monstrous. The white tiger rolled its eyes. Obviously, it had discerned that Lin Tian and Baiziki were pondering about their respective strengths at this moment. Lin Tian glanced at it, and then he called out to the group and continued towards the center of Divine Mountain. There were numerous ancient beasts on Divine Mountain, and most of them were extremely formidable. They encountered numerous ferocious beasts all along the way, and they either repelled them head-on or went around them to avoid them. It wasn't long before they approached the center of Divine Mountain. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian suddenly squatted down, and his expression changed slightly. "What's wrong, kid?" Ling Yun asked. Baiziki and the white tiger also turned their heads to look at him. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just looked towards the center of Divine Mountain, and there were traces of bright lights interwoven in his eyes. Just now, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, and there were traces of seven-colored divine light rippling out on its own. In his sea of consciousness, it pointed towards the center of Divine Mountain from afar. A new sword soul fragment. His heart trembled. He was very familiar with the strange movement of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. It was clearly a reaction after sensing the sword soul fragment. Could it be that the treasure marked on the ancient beast skin scroll is the sword soul fragment? He looked towards the center of Divine Mountain without blinking, and he was slightly stunned. "Hey, kid, make a sound." "What's wrong?" The white tiger asked. Lin Tian came back to his senses and didn't say anything more. He directly walked towards the center of Divine Mountain, and his speed was even faster than before. Ling Yin and the white tiger had a strange look on their faces, and Baiziki's expression didn't change much. They immediately followed suit. Immediately, another 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian walked at the front, and the three people and one beast finally arrived at the center of Divine Mountain. Chapter 16:65. The seven-colored light source shone brightly, and Lin Tian's eyes were immediately filled with shock. His guess was right. The treasure marked on the ancient scroll was indeed the sword soul fragment. At the same time, Ling Yin, the white tiger, and Baiziki were also shocked. "That treasure is actually this thing." The white tiger stared at the colorful light source in front of it, then turned to look at Lin Tian. They had just found a colorful light source in the boundless sea of the immortal realm. Now there was another one in this place. How many of these things are there? Ling Yin was also surprised. He also looked at Lin Tian. He saw that Lin Tian had found several colorful light sources. Baiziki's eyes also fell on Lin Tian. The two people and the beast were all Lin Tian's companions. Although they did not know the nature of the colorful light source, they knew that it was related to Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were always on the colorful light source in front of him. Without a doubt, it was the sword soul fragment. Then he took a deep breath, said goodbye to Baiziki and the others, and walked directly to the sword soul fragment. Soon he came to dozens of peaks in front of him. Each peak was steep and tall, and there was a colorful light curtain around it, as if it could isolate everything. He walked forward, and the divine sword in his sea of consciousness shook slightly. It directly passed through the colorful light curtain and entered the dozens of peaks. The colorful light curtain that shrouded the dozens of peaks did not stop him at all. It was as if it existed in vain. The next moment, it disappeared on its own. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. He entered and walked straight toward the sword's spirit fragment, which was intertwined with the seven-colored divine light. In an unknown place in an ancient pavilion, a white-haired old man was reading a yellowed ancient book. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the old man silently disappeared on the spot. Inside the vast spirit realm, Lin Tian walked through dozens of mountains and arrived in front of the seven-colored sword's soul fragments. His eyes were filled with joy. In such a short period of time, he had found 2 sword soul fragments consecutively. Naturally, he was very happy. This thing was really important to him. He took a deep breath and approached the sword soul fragment. Buzz! As if it had sensed the existence of the divine sword within his body, the sword's soul fragment trembled slightly and released strands of rainbow divine light. Then it started to move on its own. It danced around him like a fairy and then directly entered his body. At the same time, a white-haired old man appeared silently on a celestial mountain far away in the spirit region. He happened to see this scene, and a glint flashed across his eyes. He's only a half-step Shin immortal, but he can pass through the seven-colored barrier and obtain that item. The old man spoke in a low voice. His eyes shone brightly, as well as strands of strange light. His gaze was fixed on Lin Tian. Buzz! Among the dozens of mountains, the seven-colored divine light outside Lin Tian's body surged like rolling seven-colored waves. The sword's soul fragment entered his sea of consciousness and came near the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. After a slight rotation, it directly entered the divine sword. In an instant, the divine sword trembled slightly and shone brightly. Majestic, seven-colored divine light overflowed and poured into every part of his body. This situation was the same as any other time he had found a sword soul fragment. He directly channeled the Heart Sutra of Sun and quickly refined the seven-colored divine light, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to increase bit by bit. His cultivation also increased along with it. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening beast roar sounded. The demonic aura was frightening. A black-winged, venomous python that was dozens of feet long appeared in the distance. Its pair of eyes emitted a sinister green light as it stared at Lin Tian among the dozens of mountains. It rushed toward Lin Tian at a very fast speed. At the same time, more than a dozen other powerful demonic auras appeared. Apart from the black-winged, venomous python, more than a dozen other fierce beasts appeared. As soon as they appeared, they all pounced toward Lin Tian. Obviously, these fierce beasts sensed the extraordinariness of the seven-colored light outside Lin Tian's body and wanted to tear Lin Tian apart and seize it. They're all half-step immortal kings. Ling Yin and the others all changed their expressions. Kid, retreat quickly! The white tiger shouted. With a rumble, the dozens of ancient beasts were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the dozens of mountains. In an instant, they shattered the dozens of mountains and pounced toward Lin Tian amidst the dust and sand that filled the sky. The demonic aura of a half-step immortal king shook all directions, and the void shattered inch by inch. Clang! An ear-piercing sword sound reverberated. In the dust and sand that filled the sky, a seven-colored sword light flew past and annihilated everything on the spot. Puff! Blood splattered. One of the ancient beasts exploded on the spot and turned into a bloody mist. Even its soul couldn't escape and was annihilated by the seven-colored light sword. The smoke and dust that filled the sky dissipated because of this sword, and the surrounding space became brightly lit. Lin Tian still stood quietly on the spot. In his right hand, there was a seven-colored light sword that was completely condensed from the seven-colored divine light emitted by the sword soul fragment. Clang! He waved the seven-colored light sword in his hand. Another ear-piercing sword sound rang out, and another seven-colored sword light swept out. With a puff, among the dozen half-step immortal king fierce beasts that charged over, a three-tailed wolf exploded on the spot. Then he shook the seven-colored light, sword in his hand, and a peerless force appeared and blasted all the other half-step immortal king fierce beasts away. Now he had found a new sword soul fragment, and his body was filled with the seven-colored divine light that overflowed from the sword soul fragment. With this seven-colored divine light as a weapon, even if he was only at the half-step mysterious immortal realm and was 2 realms away from the half-step immortal king realm, he still didn't have to be afraid and could easily kill them. This, Ling Yun and the white tiger were stunned. Even Bai Ziki, who had always been calm, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression at this time. More than a dozen half-step immortal king fierce beasts suddenly appeared and pounced towards Lin Tian. They were originally extremely anxious, but when they saw this scene at this time, they were almost stunned. More than a dozen half-step immortal king fierce beasts pounced over together. But in the blink of an eye, 2 of them were actually killed by Lin Tian. This made them feel as if they were hallucinating. He's using the power of the seven-colored light source. What is that thing? It can actually allow him, who's at the half-step mysterious immortal realm, to kill half-step immortal kings so easily. The white tiger was shocked. At the same time, on the immortal mountain far away, the strange light in the eyes of the white-haired old man became even denser. Not only can he obtain that thing, he can also mobilize its power for his own use. The white-haired old man stood here, as if he had merged with the air, and there were no fluctuations or aura. Roar! At the collapsed peaks, the dozen or so fierce beasts that were blasted away by Lin Tian stabilized their figures, and then they pounced towards Lin Tian once again. They were extremely demanding towards the seven-colored divine light on Lin Tian's body, and there was a primitive greed in their eyes. As they pounced over, the space collapsed inch by inch, and the demonic might of a half-step immortal king became even denser than before. Lin Tian stood on the spot, his expression unchanged. He waved the seven-colored light, sword in his hand, and executed the high heaven sword scripture. Clang! 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 The sword hummed, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of seven-colored sword lights appeared, transforming into a rain of swords that swept towards the surroundings. In the next moment, miserable cries sounded out and blood splattered. The dozen or so fierce beasts that pounced over were all pierced through. After that, the sword hummed again. With the seven-colored light sword in his hand, Lin Tian once again executed the high heaven sword scripture. Another large rain of swords slashed out, enveloping the dozen or so fierce beasts at the same time. Amidst the slashing sounds, the dozen or so fierce beasts were directly shattered, and even their souls were annihilated. This, Ling Yun and the others stared with wide eyes. The dozen or so half-step immortal king level fierce beasts were actually all killed in the blink of an eye. Boom! At this moment, in the southwest direction, the sky shook and black, demonic clouds surged. A demonic bird that was at least 1,000 feet long soared into the sky, its body surrounded by bloody demonic light as if it had rushed out from the demonic domain of ancient times. The terrifying fluctuations shook the entire spirit realm, and there was a true god-level aura surging. For a moment, Ling Yun and the others were shocked again. True god level. There are even such ferocious birds in here. At the same time in the shattered peaks, Lin Tian's expression also changed. With the seven-colored divine light that leaked out of the sword soul fragment as a weapon, he could now easily kill half-step immortal king level powerhouses. In fact, even if he encountered an immortal king level existence, he was confident that he could fight. However, against a true god level fierce beast, he was completely powerless. At this time, he couldn't summon the divine sword in his sea of consciousness at all. Rumble, the true god-level demonic bird, swooped down, surrounded by demonic light. Obviously, it had also sensed the extraordinariness of the seven-colored divine light outside Lin Tian's body and wanted to seize it. As it passed, the void in all directions was completely annihilated. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Lin Tian, boundless demonic light surging. It was also at this time on the distant celestial mountain. The white-haired old man's gaze fell on the demonic bird. 2 faint lights flashed in his eyes, and an invisible aura was born, causing wisps of light wind to suddenly appear in the spirit realm. With the appearance of this light wind, the true god-level demonic bird that had rushed to the dozens of peaks immediately trembled violently and stopped abruptly. All the feathers on its body stood up, and a trace of fear involuntarily appeared in its eyes. In the next moment, it turned around and retreated in the direction it came from, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Why did it suddenly run away? This scene stunned Ling Yun and the others, and they were somewhat puzzled. Even Lin Tian revealed a strange expression, and he was very puzzled. However, he didn't think too much about it. The demonic bird had left, and the danger had disappeared. Immediately, he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra again, and quickly refined the 7-colored divine light that was released by the divine sword in his body. At the same time, he vigilantly watched the surroundings to prevent other fierce beasts from approaching. In the distance, on the celestial mountain, the white-haired old man was like air, without the slightest fluctuation of aura. His gaze fell on Lin Tian from afar, and specks of light intertwined. You are qualified to step on that path. He took one last look at Lin Tian, and in the next moment his figure silently disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Chapter 1666. The elder left without a sound, and no one noticed. At this time, in the middle of the collapsed peak, Lin Tian was still surrounded by the 7-colored divine light. He used the Sun Heart Sutra to quickly refine the 7-colored divine light, and his essence, chi, and spirit rose bit by bit. Buzz! The Sun Heart Sutra was activated, and the golden divine power and the 7-colored divine light merged together, causing the space around to shine brightly. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. After an hour, the 7-colored divine light outside Lin Tian's body disappeared, and the 7-colored divine light circulating in his body was completely refined by him. The sword soul fragment had completely merged with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, causing the divine runes on the surface of the divine sword to light up even more. A more vast and mysterious aura overflowed, as if it was a divine weapon that opened the sky. At the same time, his essence, chi, and spirit had strengthened a lot, and his cultivation had also increased a lot. He had reached the peak of the half-step Xian immortal realm, and was only a small step away from entering the Xian immortal realm. He took a deep breath, calmed his aura, and scanned the divine sword in his sea of consciousness with his divine thought. Then he stepped forward and appeared in front of Baiziki and the others. You've become a lot stronger, Ling Yun said. He could tell at a glance that Lin Tian's strength had improved a lot, and his aura was extremely condensed. It's okay, Lin Tian said with a smile, and then looked at Baiziki. This is a great thing, White Pig. Baiziki had obtained the beast skin ancient scroll, and the treasure inside was the sword soul fragment. It was a pleasant coincidence. At the same time, he was even more certain that the person who first found the sword soul fragment had drawn the map because he couldn't take it away. Ordinary people really couldn't take the sword soul fragment, and it had little to do with cultivation. Baiziki glanced at him and didn't say anything. Let's go, Lin Tian said with a smile. He had obtained another sword soul fragment in a short time, and his cultivation had improved a lot. He would soon reach the Xian immortal realm, and he was very happy. Then the 3 people and 1 beast walked out of the spirit realm along the way they came. Soon they were out of the spirit realm. Where are we going now? Ling Yun asked. While cultivating, I'll look for little Tai Chu and that stupid crocodile. Lin Tiandao. That's going to take a long time to find. This great prefecture is a king prefecture. It's unimaginably large. Ling Yun said. Lin Tian naturally knew this, but no matter how difficult it was, he still had to find it. However, he was not worried about this. After all, little Tai Chu and Wuxing crocodile should be very safe. The 3 men and 1 beast left the mountain range where Spirit Realm was and walked into the distance. Soon they were far away. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. A group of people appeared in an ancient city called Only City. They inquired about the whereabouts of the little Tai Chu and the whooshing crocodile. Unfortunately, they still found nothing. Let's take a look at other places. Lin Tiandao. The 3 people and 1 beast left Only City. Very soon, they were very far away, crossing over a dozen mountains in a row. Boom! 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 At this moment, 3 powerful divine powers appeared. 3 middle-aged men rushed from afar and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Do you think you can escape from the He family's pursuit in Liangwang Prefecture? One of the middle-aged men in a blue robe spoke. His gaze fell on Baiziki. His voice and gaze were cold. At the same time, the 3 of them saw Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the white tiger next to Baiziki. You met your companions and luckily escaped before. A middle-aged man in black, next to the middle-aged man in a blue robe, snorted. Hearing the 2 middle-aged men's words, Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the white tiger turned to look at Baiziki. Are you from the same family as the people who snatched the ancient god map? Lin Tian asked. Baiziki nodded. His expression was very calm. These 3 guys are quite strong. The white tiger said. He was a little cautious and vigilant. The 3 middle-aged men stood together and their gazes fell on Baiziki again. Hand over the ancient god map and we'll give you and your friends a chance to kill yourselves. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. The middle-aged man in a blue robe put his hands behind his back. Hand it over. The middle-aged man in black said, Cut the crap. He won't hand it over voluntarily. Another of the 3 spoke. He was in a green robe and his gaze was the coldest. He said coldly, Kill him and the people around him. We'll take the ancient god map ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the man moved. He walked straight towards Lin Tianyi and the others. Moreover, a powerful divine power surged out. It shook the void in this place until it was distorted inch by inch. It directly sealed the space in all directions. Outside Baiziki's body, streaks of lightning appeared and closed in on the middle-aged man in a green robe. His expression didn't change at all. Wait a moment, pig. Lin Tian patted Baiziki's shoulder and said, Leave them to me. Let's test our current combat strength. Are you sure? Although the 3 of them are only in the early stage of the Xian immortal realm, they're much stronger than the 2 early-stage Xian immortal ancient beasts in the spirit zone. Baiziki said. In fact, at this time, although he looked very calm on the surface, his heart was a little heavy. Because it was just as he'd said, even though these 3 middle-aged men were only at the initial stage of the profound immortal realm, their auras were much stronger than the 2 early-stage profound immortal realm ferocious beasts they'd fought in the spirit region, and it caused him to feel extremely pressured. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, Compared to the 2 early-stage Xian immortal ancient beasts, I've become stronger. Baiziki paused, and the lightning around his body disappeared instantly. Up to you. Since Lin Tian said so, he naturally wouldn't have any objections. Lin Tiantan smiled and stepped forward. The middle-aged man in green robe approached step by step. Xian immortal divine power surrounded his body. When he saw Lin Tian step forward and face him, his eyes became colder. A mere half-step Xian immortal, swoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart sounded and interrupted the middle-aged man's words. Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of him in an instant and directly punched him, causing the void to rumble and tremble. With a bang, the middle-aged man in green robe was directly sent flying. Then his physical body exploded into pieces in the distance. He shattered a Xian immortal with one punch. Ling Yin and the white tiger's eyes widened. Even Baiziki was shocked. On the other side, the middle-aged man in blue robe and the middle-aged man in black robe were shocked. A half-step Xian immortal actually shattered the physical body of one of their Xian immortals in a single move. Boom! Divine power surged as if it was going to break through the sky. In the distance, the middle-aged man in green robe reformed his physical body. His gaze fell on Lin Tian with shock and even more anger in his eyes. He was a dignified Xian immortal expert, but now his physical body had actually been shattered by a half-step Xian immortal with one punch. This was a disgrace. Facing this person's gaze, Lin Tiantan smiled and formed a seal with one hand. The seal of 4 symbols was activated, and a silver Tao diagram directly swept towards the middle-aged man. The power of seal and annihilation revolved together, and the aura was grand. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man in blue robe and the middle-aged man in black robe who had arrived with the middle-aged man in green robe. All of you, come at me together. Chapter 16, 67. The clanging sword howl was extremely ear-piercing, and it arrived before the blue-robed middle-aged man and black-clothed middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. The fierce sword insight caused the shock on their faces to grow even denser, and they actually felt threatened. At the same time, their eyes were filled with rage and ghastly coldness. After all, they were mysterious immortals. But now, a half-step mysterious immortal actually dared to charge at them head-on. Moreover, he was attacking 3 mysterious immortals at the same time. This was simply looking down on them. Slash! The blue-robed, middle-aged man spoke coldly. Rumble! The divine light around his body rumbled, while his mysterious immortal energy surged, and it shook the sky with immortal light as it moved to intercept the expanse of sword lights that Lin Tian slashed down. At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man attacked as well, and he executed a mysterious immortal realm divine technique to sweep out fierce killing lights that covered the sky. Bastard! On the other side, the green-clothed middle-aged man roared coldly as he tore apart the 4-symbol seal with formidable divine might, and then he strode towards Lin Tian as well. Lin Tian blasted him flying with a single punch with a cultivation at the half-step mysterious immortal realm, and this caused him to feel humiliated and embarrassed. At this moment, when Lin Tian attacked him, he'd enveloped the blue-robed middle-aged man and black-clothed middle-aged man who were at the same cultivation as him. This caused the coldness in his eyes to grow even denser. Lin Tian was simply looking down on him. A half-step mysterious immortal actually dared to face a true mysterious immortal like him with such an attitude. Bang! The divine light around his body surged, and it was extremely terrifying. When combined with the blue-robed middle-aged man and black-clothed middle-aged man, the surrounding space was instantly filled with an aura of slaughter. Can that kid block it? Ling Yun and the White Tiger were slightly horrified because the might of 3 mysterious immortal realm experts attacking together was slightly terrifying. Baiziki stood at the side and didn't make a sound, and he just silently watched the battlefield before him. Rumble! Lin Tian's 4 symbols, Tao diagram, and the sword lights he slashed out were completely shattered. The green-clothed middle-aged man and the other 2 attacked together, and 3 strands of mysterious immortal force surged and directly shattered an expanse of space. This was the combat strength of the mysterious immortal realm, and it was strong to a certain extent, was sufficient to shatter the solid space of the immortal realm. Lin Tian was surrounded by 3 people in the blink of an eye, but his expression didn't change at all. On the contrary, his eyes were shining brightly. Boom! Golden divine light surged as his aura soared. In the next second, another wave of sword rays appeared. Every single one of them contained unparalleled prowess and attacked the 3 of them at the same time. Rumble! All kinds of divine light surged and the void distorted. Bang! After the dense sword light, Lin Tian swung his fist. His pure physical strength was shocking. He directly shattered the void with a punch, enveloping the blue-robed, middle-aged man and his 2 companions. This brat's physical body is simply too abnormal. The White Tiger glared at him. It was clearly only at the half-step mysterious immortal realm, but its physical strength was probably much stronger than an ordinary initial stage mysterious immortal. The blue-robed, middle-aged man's group was naturally moved by this fist aura, after which their expressions became even denser and their attacks became even more ruthless. The three of them unleashed even more powerful divine abilities at the same time. Lin Tian was fearless as he faced the three of them head-on. All types of precious techniques were unleashed as he faced off against the three of them. Boom! 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 The divine power vibrated, and 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. In that 15 minutes, the void in this place was shattered again and again. Much of the ground collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the sky. The blue-robed, middle-aged man and his two companions' expressions became a little ugly. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. The three of them attacked together, but after 15 minutes, they couldn't suppress a half-step mysterious immortal. They couldn't even gain the upper hand. Lin Tian's expression was as usual. He had already used 90% of his divine halo. Like the blue-robed, middle-aged man and his two companions, he couldn't gain the upper hand at all. He only fought to a draw with the three of them. This brat really blocked three mysterious immortals by himself. In the distance, the white tiger's eyes widened even further. At this moment, Lin Tian was fighting the blue-robed, middle-aged man and his two companions. Although he didn't gain the upper hand at all and only fought to a draw, it still shocked the white tiger. After all, Lin Tian was only a half-step mysterious immortal. There was a huge gap between him and a true mysterious immortal. Moreover, he was fighting three mysterious immortals by himself. Under such circumstances, it could be said that it was very terrifying to be able to maintain a draw. Boom! In this place, the void was rumbling and the ground was shaking. The divine light of killing interweaved in every inch of space. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. Wang, Lin Tian's entire body was interweaved with golden light. He used the heavenly sword scripture for symbol seal, chaos emperor fist, and many other great techniques. Each technique was extremely stunning, and he displayed his combat strength to his heart's content. The more he fought, the more successful he became. On the other hand, the green-robed, blue-robed, and black-robed, middle-aged men's expressions became more and more unsightly. Presently, an entire 15 minutes had passed, yet the joint forces of three mysterious immortals were still unable to suppress Lin Tian, who was at the half-step mysterious immortal realm. It was even to the extent that they weren't even able to injure Lin Tian, and this was unbearable to them. Enough! The green-robed, middle-aged man shouted coldly. With a boom, dense Tao light instantly penetrated his body, and his aura skyrocketed. Finish him with the next attack! At this moment, he directly activated the powerful, mysterious, immortal law. The blue-robed and black-robed, middle-aged men looked at each other and nodded. With two booms, the two of them also activated their mysterious, immortal law. This was their strongest technique. The three of them used three different mysterious immortal law to suppress Lin Tian together. For a moment, the entire void was drowned in Tao light. The murderous intent was extremely cold. It's about enough. Thank you for helping me test my combat strength. Lin Tian said. During this 15 minutes of time, he'd fought these three mysterious immortals by himself while utilizing various treasured techniques. At this moment, he already had an extremely clear understanding of the limits of his current combat strength. His current combat strength was absolutely capable of annihilating ordinary cultivators at the initial stage of the mysterious immortal realm. Of course, he had to utilize his full strength. Boom! The aura on his body rose as he activated the thunder immortal Tao. The nameless law surged, and a dazzling divine diagram rushed out behind him. It was the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory. In just an instant, the reincarnation diagram, the nameless law, and the thunder immortal Tao fused together and transformed into his current strongest reincarnation diagram of the immortal Tao. At the same time, it charged toward the three of them and annihilated a large area of the void in an instant. Chi! 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 Sounds of shattering rang out. The three mysterious immortal laws collided with Lin Tian's current strongest reincarnation diagram of the immortal Tao. They only lasted for a moment before shattering together. How is this possible? The three of them turned pale with fright. The mysterious immortal level laws they had activated were actually crushed by a half-step mysterious immortal. With a whoosh, Lin Tian took a step forward and blasted out the Chaos Emperor fist along with the reincarnation diagram of the immortal Tao. Boom! The large void rumbled as the fierce fist force combined with the reincarnation diagram of the immortal Tao sent the three of them flying at the same time. All of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies were covered in cracks as if they would shatter with a light touch. It was also at this time that Lin Tian took another step forward and appeared in front of the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man was shocked. "You, goodbye." After Lin Tian said that, he blasted out another Chaos Emperor fist. He activated it with his current strongest combat strength, and it transformed into a true dragon and a divine phoenix. They intertwined and pressed down on the middle-aged man in green, directly enveloping him. No. A shrill and unwilling scream rang out. The middle-aged man in green directly exploded. His physical body collapsed, and his soul was also annihilated. He killed a mysterious immortal. In the distance, Ling Yin and the white tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. Unlike the demonic beast in the spirit domain that was comparable to an early-stage mysterious immortal, an ordinary mysterious immortal cultivator was much stronger than an ordinary mysterious immortal ferocious beast. However, such a mysterious immortal cultivator was killed by Lin Tian. Moreover, Lin Tian killed this mysterious immortal cultivator in a 1-on-3 situation. This was simply terrifying. Even someone as calm as Baiziki could not help but reveal wisps of light in his eyes. How could this be? The blue-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man's expressions changed. The middle-aged man in green who was with them, a mysterious immortal in his family, was killed just like that. He was killed by a half-step mysterious immortal. Is his aptitude comparable to those young supremes on the ranking of 100 immortals? Now, in their eyes, Lin Tian's combat strength might not be comparable to those young supremes on the ranking of 100 immortals. After all, the young supremes on the ranking of 100 immortals were at least in the heavenly immortal realm. In terms of combat strength, they were definitely not comparable to a half-step mysterious immortal. However, in terms of aptitude, Lin Tian made their hearts tremble. To be able to kill a real mysterious immortal at the half-step mysterious immortal realm, and to kill one of the three mysterious immortals in a 1-on-1 situation, his aptitude was truly terrifying. "You guys are distracted." A calm voice sounded. Lin Tian took a step forward, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black trembled again. His expression was ugly, and he quickly retreated. Unfortunately, Lin Tian had already rushed in front of him. How could he give him a chance to retreat? Buzz! Behind him, a sea of thunder surged. It was filled with thunder palaces, and its imposing manner was shocking. At the same time, a starry sky appeared. It was filled with stars in all directions, and a bright, full moon hung high in the sky. Then, a continuous stretch of immortal forest appeared. The Tao energy in it was so dense that it resonated with all the Taos in this world. Thunder God Physique King's territory, Divine Roar Palace. Extreme Een Physique King's territory, Starry Sky Moon. Immortal Spirit Physique King's territory, Immortal Tao Forest. Divine Roar Palace, Starry Sky Moon. Immortal Tao Forest. The middle-aged man in black, who was retreating, was even more shocked. You can use the Thunder God Physique, Extreme Een Physique, and Immortal Spirit Physique King's territory at the same time. How is that possible? King's territory was a technique unique to the king's physique. Others could not cultivate it, but now Lin Tian directly displayed the Thunder God physique, Extreme Yin physique, and Immortal Spirit physique king's territory. This made him feel disbelief, and he was completely stunned in an instant. You'd better think about how to survive. Lin Tian Ondao. As soon as he finished speaking, the three kings' territories vibrated and emitted divine light that shrouded the middle-aged man in black, suppressing him mercilessly. P.S. Well, I have a WeChat public account. Brothers and sisters, please add me. On the top right corner of WeChat, click Add Me as a Friend, then search for Sleepy Dragon on the public account. Then follow me. Thank you in advance. After that, I will post the daily update schedule on my WeChat public account. At the same time, I will post some side stories of the main characters in God King of 10 Directions. From time to time, I will give out red packets, welfare benefits, and various other activities. I hope everyone will follow me. Thank you again. Well, I will give out a red packet the day after tomorrow. The method to receive it will be directly on my WeChat public account. The more people follow me, the more red packets there will be. Dear friends, please follow me. Chapter 1668. The Divine Cry Temple, the Starry Sky Moon, and the Immortal Dao Forest were all propped up by Lin Tian, emitting immortal holy light and an extremely terrifying aura. With a rumble, the surrounding space trembled and distorted inch by inch under such a terrifying force. The black-robed, middle-aged man was shocked. With a loud roar, he used all his strength to prop up various secret techniques and mystic immortal laws to resist. However, the three kings' territories, propped up by Lin Tian, were too powerful. In an instant, they crushed all the secret techniques and mystic immortal laws, propped up by the black-robed, middle-aged man. Then, without slowing down, they pressed down mightily. Stop! Stop! The black-robed, middle-aged man shouted. Lin Tiantan smiled without saying a word. How could he stop? On the contrary, he activated his divine power, and the three kings' territories became even stronger. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the black-robed, middle-aged man. Ah! With a miserable cry, the black-clothed middle-aged man directly collapsed under Lin Tian's 3 monarch regions. Only his soul remained intact, but it was covered in cracks. He fled into the distance in a panic as his eyes filled with fear. However, in practically the next instant, Lin Tian arrived before him, and a soul transformation talisman appeared in his hand. He directly slapped down, instantly shattering the soul that was covered in cracks, causing it to completely vanish from the world. The second mystic immortal is dead. Ling Yun trembled. Not long after, Lin Tian fought against 3 mystic immortals alone and actually killed 2 of them. What a freak! The white tiger gritted its teeth. Baiziki's eyes were very bright as he stared at the battlefield in front of him. The 2 of them and the beast were now only shocked by Lin Tian's tyrannical battle strength. They were not shocked that Lin Tian could use the Divine Cry Temple, the Starry Sky Moon, and the Immortal Dao Forest at the same time. This was because they knew that these were not the real king's territories. They were only created by Lin Tian using the divination divine technique. Compared to the real Divine Cry Temple, the Starry Sky Moon, and the Immortal Dao Forest, their power was still much weaker. After all, the 3 kings' territories that Lin Tian had displayed were merely imitations. In front of the battlefield, Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the last of the 3 middle-aged men, the blue-robed middle-aged man. It's your turn. His gaze landed on this person as he walked towards him step by step. The blue-robed, middle-aged man trembled as he faced Lin Tian's calm gaze. As he walked towards Lin Tian, he couldn't help but take a step back. After that, with a swoosh, he turned into a ray of divine light and chose to flee. It was because he was truly shocked by Lin Tian. Not only was his battle prowess monstrously powerful, he could also use 3 legendary kings' territories at the same time. This was really too strange. Facing such a monstrous and strange person, he immediately lost his will to fight. He didn't want to die at the hands of Lin Tian like the other two middle-aged men. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had rushed out tens of thousands of feet away. Escaped. The white tiger was stunned and opened its mouth. A real Xian immortal actually chose to flee when facing a half-step Xian immortal. What else can we do? Stay here to be slaughtered? Ling Yin rolled his eyes. The white tiger also rolled its eyes. That seems to make sense. Lin Tian's strength shocked them. It was enough to confirm that an ordinary early-stage Xian immortal cultivator couldn't stop Lin Tian at all. This blue-robed, middle-aged man could only survive by fleeing now. If he stayed and continued to fight, he would definitely die. Baiziki still didn't say anything. He just looked in the direction that the blue-robed, middle-aged man had fled. At the same time on the battlefield, Lin Tian's gaze naturally fell in the direction that the blue-robed, middle-aged man had fled. You can't escape. He was very calm. Golden divine light surged around his body. In the next moment, he chased after the blue-robed, middle-aged man like an arrow that had left the bow. His speed wasn't any slower than the blue-robed, middle-aged man. In fact, he was even faster. Follow him, Ling Yin said. Together with the white tiger and Baiziki, they followed Lin Tian at full speed. However, at this moment, the blue-robed, middle-aged man was fleeing with all his might. His speed was shockingly fast. In order to catch up to the blue-robed young man, Lin Tian had also increased his speed. Thus, the distance between them and Lin Tian grew larger and larger. This is too fast. Ling Yin was speechless. The white tiger was also speechless. Their speed couldn't catch up with Lin Tian's. Baiziki followed at the side without saying anything. Lightning appeared around his body and wrapped around Lin Tian and the white tiger with his divine power. Their speed suddenly increased like real lightning. In a flash, they were more than 10,000 feet away. Soon, they were steadily following behind Lin Tian. This caused Ling Yin and the white tiger to be involuntarily shocked. This speed was definitely not inferior to a Xian immortal expert. As expected of Lin Tian's relatives, his whole family is crazy. The white tiger rolled his eyes. The scenery on both sides passed by quickly. In front, the golden divine light around Lin Tian's body surged as he chased behind the blue-robed, middle-aged man. The distance between him and the blue-robed, middle-aged man was slowly narrowing. As the blue-robed, middle-aged man fled, he looked back from time to time. Seeing that the distance between him and Lin Tian was constantly narrowing, he was shocked and angry. He used all his strength to increase his speed. For a moment, the blue-robed, middle-aged man was the closest. Lin Tian was in the middle. Baiziki and the white tiger were at the back. Then, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the blue-robed, middle-aged man who was fleeing at the front was suddenly startled. He saw a brown-haired, middle-aged man further ahead. Then his face immediately showed joy. "Brother Jia!" He shouted to the front. Further ahead, in the void, the brown-haired, middle-aged man was flying towards the northwest. At this moment, he naturally sensed the waves of divine energy behind him, so he stopped and turned around to look. He saw the blue-robed, middle-aged man. Brother He. The brown-haired, middle-aged man was called Jiarin. When he saw the blue-robed, middle-aged man moving extremely quickly, and at the same time he saw Lin Tian and the others chasing behind the blue-robed, middle-aged man. A wisp of a strange light flashed past his eyes. He moved slightly and arrived before the blue-robed, middle-aged man in a flash. "Brother He, this is?" Lin Tian was chasing behind the blue-robed, middle-aged man. At this moment, he couldn't help but stop when he saw the brown-haired, middle-aged man. A wisp of a strange light flashed past his eyes. He noticed with a single glance that this brown-haired, middle-aged man wasn't ordinary. His cultivation was at the intermediate stage of the Xian immortal realm. At the same time, at this time, he thought of another point. This brown-haired, middle-aged man's surname was Jia. He had the same surname as Jia Zijing, who attacked him for no reason a few days ago in the Boundless Sea region. Could they be from the same family? Behind him, Baiziki wrapped Ling Yun and the white tiger in divine light. At this time, he also stopped and looked at the brown-haired middle-aged man in front of him. A wisp of strange light flashed past his eyes immediately. He frowned slightly because he noticed that the brown-haired middle-aged man's cultivation was at the intermediate stage of the Xian immortal realm. A person at this level couldn't be compared to an early-stage Xian immortal. This person is friends with the blue-robed old man. It feels like he is much stronger than the blue-robed old man. Ling Yun frowned. At the same time, the white tiger's eyes narrowed slightly. Naturally, he noticed that the brown-haired, middle-aged man was not ordinary. His aura was very shocking. Ahead, the blue-robed, middle-aged man stopped and took a deep breath before he said to the brown-haired, middle-aged man, "It's truly great to be able to meet Brother Jia here." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and said in a cold voice, "I'm ashamed to say this. I'm being pursued by this thief. He's slightly not simple. He's clearly only a half-step Xian immortal, but his combat strength is comparable to a Xian immortal. The other 2 Xian immortal clansmen that followed me have already died at his hands." After that, he looked at Baiziki, who was further behind. "There's also that junior. A treasure map of my clan was seized by him, and we're trying our best to get it back. He's companions with that thief." "Oh, a half-step Xian immortal can kill an early-stage Xian immortal expert?" The 2 Xian immortal friends of the He clan that followed Brother, he died at his hands? The brown-haired, middle-aged man was slightly moved. "That's indeed the case. I'm truly ashamed," said the blue-robed, middle-aged man. As he spoke, his gaze descended onto Lin Tian, and it was completely ghastly. "I'll have to trouble Brother Jia to make a move and take his life. With Brother Jia's cultivation at the intermediate stage of the Xian immortal realm, you should be able to crush him with a raise of your hand." As he spoke, he looked at Baiziki and the others. "As for the others, leave them to me. That's naturally not a problem. He's unable to escape, and he can only die here." The brown-haired, middle-aged man glanced at Lin Tian as if he was looking at an ant, and then he smiled and said to the blue-robed, middle-aged man, "Now that I speak of it, I just happen to be heading to your clan under the orders of the Patriarch. I intend to discuss the engagement between my clan's holy son and your clan's princess that's going to be held 3 months from now." He said, "The Patriarch has decided to allow the holy son to fly over from the place where your clan was established, and he'll be accompanied by the other experts of the clan. Some divine treasures will be openly delivered to your clan as an engagement gift, and it'll be seen by all the cultivators in Lao Wang Prefecture. To put it crudely, it's actually a publicity campaign to show the importance our clan attaches to this marriage." Hearing that, the blue-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly and said, "That's great. The Patriarch of the Jia clan is really considerate. The marriage between the princess and holy son Zijing is really a joyous event." He said, "The princess has the bloodline of the flame immortal, and holy son Zijing of your clan is even more extraordinary. He's already a supreme martial artist on the ranking of 100 immortals at such a young age, and his future achievements are limitless. In this way, their descendants will definitely be incomparably powerful." Hearing the blue-robed middle-aged man's words, Lin Tian, who was not far away, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. Looking at the brown-haired middle-aged man in front of him, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. This person was indeed from the same clan as Jia Zijing. Jia Zijing was actually the holy son of the Jia clan, where the brown-haired middle-aged man was from. After that, his energy fell on another matter. In 3 months, Jia Zijing would fly over to the He clan in Lao Wang Prefecture to get engaged with the princess of the He clan. This is really an unexpected gain. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Jia Zijing wanted to kill him for no reason at that time, so he naturally wouldn't let him go and wanted to kill him. now that he knew in advance that Jia Zijing would make a publicity campaign 3 months later. He would fly over to the He clan in Laoang Prefecture to get engaged. In this way, he could set up numerous sealing formations and great killing formations on his way to the He clan. At that time, he could directly kill him. Chapter 1669. The blue-robed middle-aged man who was chasing after the He clan actually met the brown-haired middle-aged man who was from the same clan as Jia Zijing. Knowing that Jia Zijing would be going to the He clan in Laoang province to arrange a marriage in 3 months, it was hard for Lin Tian not to sneer in his heart. Knowing such news in advance was simply the best opportunity for him to kill Jia Zijing. In front, more than 3 kilometers away, the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man from the Jia clan were chatting with smiles. They casually talked about the marriage between the 2 clans and complimented each other from time to time. They completely ignored Lin Tianyi and the others. "Kid, while they are talking, hurry up and retreat." Baiziki and the others came over, and Ling Yun said in a deep voice, the brown-haired middle-aged man in front was at the middle stage of the mystic immortal realm. No matter how monstrous Lin Tian was, it was impossible for him to fight against a middle-stage mystic immortal realm expert with the cultivation of a half-step mystic immortal realm. The difference in cultivation was too great. The surroundings have already been sealed. Both of their divine senses have already locked onto us. They won't give us a chance to escape. Lin Tiandao. Ling Yun frowned immediately. This, F***CK. Don't tell me I'm going to die here? White Tiger's expression was not good. Baiziki frowned slightly. Although he didn't say anything, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Lin Tian, on the other hand, seemed very calm. He stared at the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man in front of him without moving at all. The brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man talked as if there was no one else around. They only stopped after dozens of breaths. It's time to deal with them. The brown-haired middle-aged man looked at Lin Tianyi and the others with an indifferent gaze. "Thank you, Brother Jia." The blue-robed middle-aged man opened his mouth and looked at Lin Tiandao. "I'll leave this thief to Brother Jia. I'll deal with the others myself." "Okay." The brown-haired, middle-aged man nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them directly approached Lin Tianyi and the others. The brown-haired, middle-aged man's gaze landed on Lin Tian, while the blue-robed, middle-aged man's gaze landed on Baiziki and the others. Step by step, the 2 of them arrived 10 meters away from Lin Tian and the others in the blink of an eye. The brown-haired, middle-aged man's expression was indifferent, and he didn't say a single word. He directly raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. He didn't take Lin Tian seriously at all. After all, Lin Tian's cultivation was much weaker than his. He was merely a half-step profound immortal. No matter how monstrous Lin Tian was, it was impossible for him to stop a middle-stage profound immortal like him. At the same time, the middle-aged man in blue robes made his move as well. His divine power interweaved and pressed toward Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the White Tiger. 2 profound immortal auras swept out in all directions. Baiziki's expression was solemn. The surface of his body turned into a celestial form of thunder. The divine roar palace was erected immediately, and the sound of thunder rumbled. Although Ling Yun and the White Tiger were a little anxious, they still quickly made their moves, each of them using their strongest abilities. It was also at this time that Lin Tian raised his hand. His movement was very simple. He directly blasted toward the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man. Boom! In an instant, a vast expanse of white light erupted from the tip of his fist. The power of faith was vast and mighty, turning into a fist sea of faith. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man at the same time, shattering the space in all directions in an instant. The brown-haired middle-aged man's expression changed immediately. No matter what, he didn't expect that a half-step profound immortal could actually blast out such a terrifying attack. It was not much weaker than an early-stage, celestial immortal. Beside him, the blue-robed middle-aged man was also shocked. Facing such a terrifying power of faith, he couldn't help but tremble violently. At the same time, Bai Ziki, Ling Yin, and the white tiger were also shocked. The white tiger directly opened its eyes wide. I forgot that this kid still has a vast amount of power of faith in his body. With a rumbling sound, the rich power of faith in front of them surged. Its momentum was magnificent, and the pressure was terrifying. It surged toward the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man in a mighty manner, mixed with holiness and majesty. "Retreat!" The brown-haired, middle-aged man shouted. He withdrew the attack that was pressing toward Lin Tian and quickly retreated with the blue-robed, middle-aged man. However, it was already too late. The power of faith was vast and mighty in the blink of an eye and directly enveloped the two of them. Ah! Miserable screams were heard along with the blood mist. Under such a vast power of faith, the two of them couldn't resist at all. Even the brown-haired middle-aged man, who was as strong as a middle-stage, profound immortal, couldn't withstand it at all. Together with the blue-robed middle-aged man, they were crushed in the blink of an eye. This is a punch that can open up a space channel in the immortal world. It's comparable to the attack of a celestial immortal. How ruthless! Ling Yin sucked in a cold breath. Bai Ziki's gaze fell on Lin Tian with wisps of light. Although he knew that Lin Tian had used the power of faith at this time, he didn't expect that Lin Tian had already used this strange power so skillfully. In front of them, the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man were crushed. Minced meat and broken bones floated in the air along with a pool of blood. Gurgle, gurgle. Large pieces of minced meat and broken bones wriggled, and the blood rolled back. In the next moment, the two of them reformed their bodies. Damn it! The brown-haired, middle-aged man's face was gloomy. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian with eyes full of anger and coldness. He didn't expect that Lin Tian, who was at the half-step profound immortal realm, would actually have such means. At the same time, the blue-robed middle-aged man's face was also very ugly. His gaze towards Lin Tian was filled with shock and anger. How is it? Does it feel good? The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced indifferently at the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man, and then walked towards them step by step. After leaving the sea region, the power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda in his body could still open up a space channel in the immortal world. It was comparable to the attack of an early-stage celestial immortal. Previously, the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man had completely ignored him during their conversation. He didn't move, but he had been secretly mobilizing the infinite power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda in his body, gathering it in his right fist. Then, when the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man attacked him, he directly punched them. In the face of an attack that was comparable to an early-stage celestial immortal realm expert, how could the two of them resist? They couldn't withstand it at all. After suffering such a blow, the two of them could be said to have completely lost their combat strength. It was estimated that an early-stage golden immortal could easily suppress the two of them. Therefore, at this time, he didn't care about the two of them at all. Facing Lin Tian, the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man's faces turned even uglier. "Let's go!" The brown-haired, middle-aged man gritted his teeth and ordered the blue-robed middle-aged man to flee immediately. Because he had been seriously injured by the attack just now, it was already a miracle that he survived. Now, it was impossible for him to resist Lin Tian, who was a half-step mystic immortal. Immediately, two whooshing sounds broke through the air. The two of them flew directly into the distance, and in a flash, they were thousands of feet away. "Don't even think about leaving." Lin Tianling smiled. He took a step forward, and his speed was extremely fast. In the next moment, he was in front of the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man. The brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man immediately stopped, turned around, and fled in another direction. Lin Tianling snorted. He stretched out his big hand, and it covered the sky and the sun. It pressed down with a rumble, and directly pressed the two of them into the void. After it came into contact with the ground, two loud sounds were heard, and two human-shaped pits were smashed on the ground. Plumes of smoke and dust spread out. With a swoosh, Lin Tian took a step forward and disappeared from the void. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the blue-robed middle-aged man. The blue-robed middle-aged man's heart palpitated. He struggled quickly, stood up quickly, and retreated again. It was also at this moment that a black and white lotus sword rushed out from between Lin Tian's eyebrows. It was formed by the yin-yang lotus sea, a phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the blue-robed middle-aged man and pierced through his forehead. Ah! The blue-robed middle-aged man immediately let out a shrill scream. His body twitched violently, and in the next moment he stopped moving and fell straight to the ground. The luster of life in his eyes completely disappeared in an instant. His flesh shell was still there, but the spirit in his sea of consciousness was directly destroyed by the lotus sword formed by Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. The third Xian immortal killed today. The white tiger murmured. In front of him, the brown-haired middle-aged man saw that the blue-robed middle-aged man was killed. He trembled slightly, and once again fled into the distance. In his current state, he could only survive by running away. However, in the situation where he was seriously injured, his speed also fell to the bottom. He could not be compared to Lin Tian at all. With a swoosh, Lin Tian took a step forward and blocked in front of him, kicking his abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, the brown-haired middle-aged man was directly kicked to the ground. Then, Lin Tian directly landed a foot on his chest, firmly suppressing him. Little brother, stop! Don't kill me. Everything is negotiable. The brown-haired, middle-aged man opened his mouth to beg for mercy. His eyes were filled with fear. He was afraid that Lin Tian would kill him, and he did not want to leave this world. Lin Tian had a mocking smile on his face. How could he let him go? Buzz! Stepping on the brown-haired, middle-aged man, he directly released a wisp of divine thought. It entered the brown-haired, middle-aged man's sea of consciousness and forcibly searched for the route that Jia Zijing took to the He family in 3 months. Then, the divine thought turned into an indestructible sharp blade, directly destroying the brown-haired, middle-aged man's spirit, leaving only an intact flesh shell. Instantly, this place fell silent. The early-stage mystic immortal realm, blue-robed, middle-aged man, and the mid-stage mystic immortal realm, brown-haired, middle-aged man, were both killed. Killing 4 mystic immortals consecutively in a day, this is really... The white tiger rolled his eyes and did not know how to sigh with emotion. After pausing for a moment, he looked at the corpse of the brown-haired, middle-aged man and said, "Is this person really a clansman of that bastard Jia Zijing from the sea?" Previously, he had heard the conversation between the brown-haired, middle-aged man and the blue-robed, middle-aged man, and he heard that Jia Zijing and the brown-haired, middle-aged man were of the same clan. Lin Tian nodded. Obviously, it's already very obvious. As he spoke, he raised his hand and grabbed the flesh shells of the brown-haired, middle-aged man and the blue-robed, middle-aged man, and then he looked at Baiziki and said, "White pig heads, each of us will refine one with the saint refining technique that I gave you earlier and break through to the mystic immortal realm. After that, we will give a great gift to the holy son of the Jia family that the brown-haired, middle-aged man is from." He briefly explained the grudge between him and Jia Zijing in the sea, and then he looked at Ling Yun and the white tiger. "In the future, if there are other treasures of heaven and earth, I will let you refine them directly. Don't worry about us. Break through to the mystic immortal realm first and kill that bastard Jia Zijing." Ling Yun said, The white tiger nodded and bared his teeth. That's right. Get rid of that bastard first. That little bastard really pisses me off. P.S. Oh, tomorrow afternoon, the red packet benefits will be distributed on the WeChat public account, and the password to receive the red packet will be announced. Dear friends, please follow the Dragon's public account. Click on the top right corner of WeChat to add a friend, then search for Sleepy Dragon on the public account and follow. When the time comes, check the password to receive the red packet on the public account and receive the red packet. Chapter 1670. Back in the sea region, Lin Tian had relied on the power of the extreme Yin Cold Meridian to fight with Mu Zhanyan, who was on the 100 Immortals ranking. At that time, Jia Zijing had appeared at that place. He clearly had no enmity with Lin Tian, and it was even the first time they had met. However, he had treated Lin Tian like an ant and wanted to kill Lin Tian for no reason. This really made Ling Yun and the white tiger very unhappy. Ruthlessly crush him to death. The white tiger bared its teeth. Of course. Lin Tiandao grabbed the flesh shells of the brown-haired, middle-aged man from the Jia clan and the blue-robed, middle-aged man from the He clan. He handed one of the flesh shells to Baiziki and then called for Baiziki, Lin Tiandao, and the white tiger to leave. Find a hidden place to refine. Then the three of them and the beast left this place. Not long after, they arrived at a remote old forest hundreds of thousands of feet away. Looking at it, the old forest wasn't considered small, but the immortal spiritual energy was very ordinary and much thinner than other places. The three of them entered and found a small cave inside. Lin Tian engraved dozens of ceiling array patterns, isolating the cave from the outside world and covering all the aura in the cave. Then he and Baiziki each took a corner and used the Saint Refining Precious technique to refine the flesh shells of the brown-haired middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man. They used the vast life essence and residual nomological power in the flesh and blood of the two flesh shells to forcefully strengthen their bodies and increase their cultivation. Ling Yin and the white tiger were at the edge of the cave to protect the two of them. Buzz. In the cave, two different divine lights intertwined with each other. The aura was astonishing. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light. He used the Saint Refining Precious technique to refine the flesh shell of the blue-robed, middle-aged man from the He clan. He absorbed the pure life essence in the flesh shell, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to increase rapidly. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! On this day, an ear-piercing thunderbolt exploded in the sky. Pitch-black thunderclouds surged out and gathered into a huge thundercloud vortex that enveloped the entire old forest. The destructive aura was extremely terrifying. This shocked Ling Yun and the white tiger at the edge of the cave. He has stepped into the profound immortal realm. Ling Yun looked at Lin Tian in the cave. Naturally, he knew that the dark clouds in the sky were caused by Lin Tian's mysterious, immortal, heavenly tribulation. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian opened his eyes in the cave. The pitch-black thunderclouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Just as Ling Yun had predicted, he used the holy refining treasure technique to refine the flesh shell of the blue-robed, middle-aged man. On this day, he reached the Xian immortal realm and attracted the Xian immortal heavenly tribulation. However, at this moment, as he opened his eyes, he forcefully withdrew from the mysterious immortal realm, causing the heavenly tribulation in the sky to disperse. Every major realm is a heavenly tribulation. How unlucky! White Tiger looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but roll his eyes and sigh. The heavenly tribulations could be described as a trial of death on the path of cultivation. Regular cultivators would only face a single heavenly tribulation in their entire lives, but Lin Tian had attracted heavenly tribulations time and time again, going through the trial of death time and time again. It really did leave the beast speechless. It felt rather sympathetic towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at White Tiger and then stood up from the ground to look at Bayezeki. At this moment, divine light intertwined around Bayezeki's body as he continued to refine the flesh shell of the brown-haired, middle-aged man with the holy refining treasure technique. His aura was constantly rising. In about a day's time, he will be able to completely refine this flesh shell with the holy refining treasure technique and reach the mysterious immortal realm. Ling Yun said. Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, he could feel this. He looked at Bayezeki again and asked Ling Yun and the white tiger to continue protecting Bayezeki. Then he walked to the side and thought about the mysterious immortal heavenly tribulation and made preparations. Just like that, another day passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a terrifying divine might was born in this mountain cave. Bayezeki used the saint refinement treasure technique to completely refine the flesh shell of the brown-haired, middle-aged man. When he stepped into the mystic immortal realm from the half-step mystic immortal realm, there were naturally strands of lightning radiance revolving around his body. The lightning energy was extremely terrifying and seemed to be able to crush everything. Congratulations on reaching the mysterious immortal realm, Ling Yun said with a smile. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said, Kid Lin stepped out after reaching the mysterious immortal realm. Now he is waiting for the mysterious, immortal, heavenly tribulation. Bayezeki hid the lightning around his body. At this time he also looked at Lin Tian. Naturally, he knew that after Lin Tian reached the airborne realm, he would attract the heavenly tribulation every time he stepped into a new realm. Are you ready? White Tiger asked Lin Tiandao. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and said, Let's find a suitable place for the heavenly tribulation. His mysterious, immortal heavenly tribulation would definitely be destructive and cover a wide area. He needed to find a deserted place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it would bring a destructive disaster to others. Immediately, he called Bayezeki, Ling Yun, and the white tiger to leave this place. It was not until 3 days later that they found a very desolate desert. With the desert as the center, there was no sign of life within a few million miles. It was a very good location for him to undergo the mysterious, immortal, heavenly tribulation. Wait for me outside, he said. He had already made the preparations for the heavenly tribulation. In fact, these preparations were very simple. He just had to find a Baodan that could increase his combat strength by 5 times. With this Baodan that could increase his combat strength by 5 times, coupled with the 5 heavenly lightning divine technique and the lightning immortal Tao that he had specially comprehended for the heavenly tribulation, he believed that he could definitely pass this mysterious immortal heavenly tribulation. He walked to the center of the desert and took a deep breath. After that, he released his aura and directly stepped into the mysterious immortal realm. In an instant, a loud bang resounded as surging thunderclouds condensed over swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it caused the sky above the desert to become pitch black. An enormous lightning vortex lay at the top of the sky and seemed to intend to devour everything. Rumble. Ear-piercing lightning interweaved within the vortex, while numerous blood-red bolts of lightning flashed past like numerous true dragons. The scene was extremely shocking. This aura is simply... Outside the desert, the white tiger trembled. I reckon that even someone at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm might not be able to resist it. Ling Yan's heart palpitated as well. He naturally felt how terrifying this heavenly tribulation was. Even Bayezeki, who possessed the lightning god physique, frowned slightly at this moment. Bang! The sound of divine thunder was ear-piercing. The tribulation clouds in the sky roiled, and an oppressive aura instantly enveloped the entire desert. Lin Tian stood at the center of the desert and consumed the Baodan that could multiply his combat strength by 5 times. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly increased by 5 times. Golden divine light rumbled outside his body, and it practically dyed the surrounding space in a layer of dazzling gold. Come. He looked at the surging lightning in the sky and spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang resounded. Boundless lightning rumbled at the top of the sky, and the first round of the heavenly tribulation crashed down. He didn't avoid it at all and directly smashed his fist forward. His fist that had multiplied his combat strength by 5 times was terrifying to the extreme. It forcefully shattered the first round of the heavenly tribulation. Again, he looked at the sky and spoke. Bang! Thunder rumbled once more, and the second round of the heavenly tribulation instantly appeared. It was a surging waterfall of lightning that pressed down mightily. Lin Tian took a step forward and directly stepped into the sky. He faced the first round of the heavenly tribulation head-on and shattered it in the blink of an eye. Bang! Thunder rumbled continuously and rumbled once more. The second round of the heavenly tribulation had just shattered for a moment when a new round of the heavenly tribulation descended once more. Lin Tian was very calm and fearless. He used 5 times his combat strength in combination with the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique and the lightning immortal Tao to shatter the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 16, 71. The pitch-black thunderclouds in the sky dispersed, and the destructive and oppressive aura disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The pitch-black sky became clear once again. Lin Tian was covered in blood, and his body was badly damaged. However, he was not dead. He was just a little weak. He made it. Outside the broken desert, Ling Yan's eyes flashed. In the middle of the desert, Lin Tian slowly descended to the ground from the sky. He breathed heavily, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He had made it through the Xian immortal tribulation, but he was severely injured. After all, this Xian immortal tribulation was very terrifying. Buzz! In the sky, a cloud of 7 colors circled around and appeared directly above his head. It directly projected down strands of 7 colors divine light, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, the injuries caused by the heavenly tribulation rapidly healed. He took a deep breath. While the 7-colored divine light healed his injuries, he activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and quickly refined the 7-colored divine light. He used it to strengthen his essence, energy, and spirit, and at the same time to consolidate his Xian immortal cultivation. In an instant, golden divine light intertwined on his body. It became more and more intense, and the Tao light also became stronger. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. After 15 minutes, the 7-colored clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. The golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body blazed to an extremely high level, and the Tao light also became very strong. His early-stage Xian immortal cultivation became very stable with the help of the 7-colored divine light. He clenched his fist, and strands of lightning intertwined at the tip of his fist. He could clearly feel the strength of his body now. It was not weaker than a half-step heaven immortal. At the same time, the divine power and soul in his body were many times stronger than when he was a half-step Xian immortal. They were all mixed with the aura of a Xian immortal, completing a qualitative leap. Very good. A bright light flashed across his eyes, and he nodded secretly. With his current cultivation, he was definitely able to fight with a peak Xian immortal. So strong! The white tiger bared its teeth. At this moment, Lin Tian's body was still surrounded by dazzling divine radiance and Tao radiance. As a cultivator at the peak of the golden immortal realm, he was naturally able to sense how shocking this divine radiance and Tao radiance was. It was absolutely comparable to a peak profound immortal realm expert. Lin Tianyi smiled and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The golden divine light and Tao radiance on his body slowly dissipated and was absorbed back into his body. Let's leave this place and find another place. I want to comprehend the formation path killing technique, he said. Now that he'd attained the mysterious immortal realm, he believed that he would be able to comprehend the myriad seal grand formation and infinite yin-yang slaughter formation to an even higher level. After comprehending the 2-sex grand array to a higher level, its power would naturally become even more shocking. After that, he would use the two sects grand array to kill Jia Zijing. Ling Yin and the others naturally understood. Immediately, the 3 men and 1 beast left this place and quickly found a secluded place in a relatively nearby gorge. Lin Tian immediately went into seclusion and began to comprehend the myriad seal, grand formation, and infinite yin-yang slaughter formation of the one heaven soul technique. Of the 2 sects grand formations, the myriad seal grand formation could weaken the vision, hearing, smell, taste, spirit sense, and mobility of the living beings within the formation. It could even completely deprive them. On the other hand, the infinite yin-yang slaughter formation was a pure killing formation. It killed for the sake of killing. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground and silently comprehended the 2 sects, grand formations. As time passed, there would occasionally be a frightening sealing force intertwining around his body. At other times, there would be a terrifying killing aura surging out of his body. This caused Lin Tian and the white tiger, who were standing guard at the side, to feel their hearts palpitate. Even Baiziki was slightly moved. This was because the sealing force and killing aura that overflowed from Lin Tian's comprehension process were truly terrifying. Even someone as strong as him, who had the thunder god physique at the profound immortal realm, felt a chill that could freeze his soul. This kid really knows too many things. The formation techniques he's comprehending seem to be terrifying to the point of being slightly shocking. The white tiger muttered. He has indeed grasped many techniques, and every single one of them is extremely shocking. Ling Yin said. Baiziki's eyes carried strands of bright light, and he didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Tian while silently standing guard at the side. Wham! Soul light surged around Lin Tian's body as the formation energy intertwined, causing the surrounding space to warp strand by strand. Along with the passage of time, his soul energy and formation energy became stronger and stronger and more shocking. Subsequently, a month passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month later, on this day he opened his eyes. 2 divine lights flashed within his eyes, and it directly caused an enormous rock before him to shatter and explode. Even an expanse of ancient trees in the distance collapsed along with it, and the broken pieces of wood scattered in all directions. Truly terrifying. The white tiger couldn't help but bare its teeth when it saw this scene. Ling Yin looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Have you finished comprehending?" Yes. Lin Tian nodded his head and stood up from the ground. In a month's time, he had mastered 20% of the 1,000 Seals formation and the yin-yang limitless killing formation. Although it was only 20%, it was definitely very terrifying. This was because these 2 formation techniques were at the real god level, and they were extremely terrifying. He smiled faintly, and immediately after, he called Baiziki, Ling Yin, and the white tiger to leave and head towards the northwest direction. After about 3 days, he, Baiziki, Ling Yin, and the white tiger arrived at a relatively spacious plain. After that, Jia Zijing went to the He family to get engaged and promote this marriage alliance. He would pass through this place. This was what he had learned from the sea of consciousness of the brown-haired, middle-aged man from the Jia family a month ago. When he arrived here, he asked Baiziki, Ling Yin, and the white tiger to retreat a little. Then he directly activated the great One Soul technique, and an astonishing amount of soul power immediately flowed out. Then he used the 5-dragon divine flash to carve the 1,000 Seals formation and the yin-yang limitless killing formation. On the spot, there were streaks of astonishing sealing power and terrifying killing power that surged out and shook all directions. Then, in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After half a month, Lin Tian stopped. Done, he muttered to himself, and a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. In half a month's time, he used the immortal Lingjing to replenish his divine power and inscribed a total of 30,000 Seals formations and 30 yin-yang limitless killing formations on this spacious plain. Of course, they were not complete killing formations. They were merely 20% of the complete Thousand Seals Formation and Yin Yang Limitless Killing Formation, and they covered an area of several hundred feet in radius. Now, he was waiting for Jia Zijing to come here to promote the marriage alliance with the He family. Then he would give him a ruthless blow. Speaking of which, Kid, the brown-haired middle-aged man that the Jia family sent to inform the He family of the marriage alliance, was killed by you. Will this raise the vigilance of the Jia family and cause them to change the date of the marriage alliance? Ling Yun asked at this moment. Hearing this, the white tiger could not help but nod. Oh, this is indeed a problem. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, You don't have to worry about this at all. The marriage alliance is a big deal, especially to a big family like the Jia family. This concerns their reputation, and it is absolutely impossible to change because of the accidental death of a mystic immortal who went to inform the He family of the marriage alliance. The death of that brown-haired, middle-aged man will not have any impact on the Jia family's promotion of the marriage alliance. Hearing this, a strange light flashed across Ling Yun and the white tiger's eyes. That makes sense. Now, we just have to wait for Jia Zijing to come. There is still about a month's time. The corners of Lin Tiandao's mouth curled up slightly. This time, we will definitely torture him to death. The white tiger bared his teeth. Of course, Lin Tiandao. He called out to Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the white tiger to temporarily leave this place and stay at a place not far away. Very quickly, time flew by, and more than a month had passed. On this day, the round sun hung high in the sky, and the sunlight seemed to be very scorching. Lao Wang Prefecture became more lively than usual. A group of cultivators consisting of heaven immortals and mystic immortals stepped out of the void door. Divine light intertwined, and all kinds of divine treasures and immortal items were placed on the table, glittering with immortal light. Led by a skinny young man, they flew on foot and headed towards the northwest of Laowang Prefecture. This is the people from the Jia family of Jinyuan Prefecture, one of the 49 king prefectures. The young man at the front is the holy son of the Jia family, Jia Zijing. He is also a young supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals. What are they doing? I heard that they are going to the He family to get engaged. Engaged? The Jia family and the He family? Who is engaged to whom in these two clans? It is said that the holy son of the Jia family, Jia Zijing, is engaged to the princess of the He family. Jia Zijing is engaged to the princess of the He family? I heard that the princess of the He family has the flame immortal bloodline, which is very extraordinary, and Jia Zijing is a young supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals. His bloodline is extraordinary. Are they trying to give birth to an even more amazing bloodline? Or are they trying to tie the two families together and make them stronger? Both are possible. This group of people has more than 10 heaven immortals and dozens of mystic immortals. Moreover, each of those divine treasures and immortal items is shockingly valuable. They are all rare treasures for heaven immortals. Such a group of experts, led by the young supreme being Jia Zijing on the ranking of 100 immortals, is carrying these divine treasures and immortal items to the He family to get engaged. This is really extravagant. Needless to say, the Jia family is trying to build momentum for this marriage alliance. Of course, I can see that. However, aren't they afraid that they will be snatched away by putting so many divine treasures and immortal items on the table? Snatch? Who dares to snatch things from the Jia family? They are the #1 family in the Jinyuan state, and they have a peak-level immortal king expert. Who has the guts to go against the Jia family in the Laowang state? Moreover, the leader of this group of people, Jia Zijing, is a young supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals. Moreover, there is a group of experts following him. How can it be so easy to snatch? That's true. Many people were discussing. After the dozens of experts from the Jia family, led by Jia Zijing, appeared in the Laowang state, they walked on the void toward the He family to get engaged and build momentum for this marriage alliance. This caused a commotion among the cultivators in the Laowang state. Many cultivators couldn't help but follow them with bright eyes. Soon, the group of people from the Jia family flew on foot and left behind more than 1,000,000 miles behind. An empty plane appeared in front of them. "Hey, Bastard Jia, we meet again." At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Chapter 1672. All the cultivators widened their eyes as their gazes landed on Lin Tian, who had appeared on the spacious plain. Who is this? He actually dares to call that Jia Zijing. Is he tired of living? He's crazy. These cultivators were truly in disbelief. At this moment, when Jia Zijing was leading a group of experts from the Jia clan to the He clan for the marriage alliance, there was actually someone who directly jumped out and called Jia Zijing a bastard in front of him. Did he eat the guts of a god? The eyes of the dozens of experts from the Jia clan turned cold as they stared at Lin Tian. All of them were emitting threatening, killing intent. Jia Zijing was dressed in purple. On this day, he was leading the dozens of experts from the Jia clan to the He clan for a marriage alliance. It could be said that he was awe-inspiring and was the focus of everyone's attention. However, when he saw Lin Tian at this time, his eyes immediately turned sinister. "It's you." His eyes were cold. A few months ago in the Boundless region, he had been injured by Lin Tian time and time again by relying on the power of the extreme, cold meridian. He had always remembered that. During this period of time, he had been trying to find Lin Tian to kill Lin Tian. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find him. However, he did not expect to see Lin Tian again at this time and place. "It's me." Lin Tian smiled. "Your daddy Yun is here too." Baiziki, Ling Yin, and the white tiger appeared one after another and stood beside Lin Tian. Ling Yin looked at Jia Zijing and said, "Your grandpa tiger is here too." The white tiger followed. F***CK. Ling Yin immediately jumped. "Stupid tiger, you can't take advantage of me like this." He claimed to be Jia Zijing's father, and the white tiger directly said that he was Jia Zijing's grandfather. Wasn't this making him seem like the white tiger's son? He was so angry that he ground his teeth. The white tiger rolled his eyes. "Little pervert, stop fooling around. Now that we are on the same side, why are you fussing over such a small matter with me?" Ling Yin, I #% all around them, the crowd of cultivators was dumbfounded. Looking at Ling Yin and the white tiger on the plains, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They only felt that this man and tiger were even crazier than Lin Tian. If Lin Tian cursed Jia Zijing as a bastard Jia, then this man and tiger must have eaten the guts of heaven. They actually dared to call themselves Jia Zijing's father and grandfather. "Jia Zijing, your great-grandfather is here. Come and accept your death." Meanwhile, Lin Tian spoke again, and he said those words. F***CK you, brat Lin, you bastard. Ling Yin and White Tiger's faces darkened as they cursed at the same time. Lin Tian's words took advantage of both of them. "Stop fooling around. We are now united against the outside world." Lin Tiandao, White Tiger. I #in, wasn't that what it said to Ling Yin just now? Baiziki glanced at the two of them and the tiger, his face expressionless. All around them, the crowd of cultivators was almost petrified. Looking at Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the white tiger, their eyes widened even more. They only felt that the two of them were simply too bold to humiliate Jia Zijing with such words. That was Jia Zijing, the holy son of the Jia family, the #1 family in the Jinyuan state of the King state. He was also a supreme youth on the ranking of 100 immortals. These people could not imagine where the two of them and the tiger got their courage from to do such a thing. "You are courting death." The dozens of experts of the Jia family who lived here were all enraged. Their killing intent surged, and some of them directly stepped towards Lin Tian and the others. At this moment, another cold voice rang out. "Get out of the way." Jia Zijing moved personally. His eyes were piercingly cold, like a gloomy vulture. He wanted to kill Lin Tianyi and the others with his own hands. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the open plain and came to the front of Lin Tianyi and the others. He directly raised his hand and grabbed at Lin Tianyi and the others. The celestial immortal divine energy was vast and mighty. In an instant, the surrounding space was completely sealed and confined. The tyrannical celestial immortal aura surged, as if it could crush everything. Such an aura immediately caused all the surrounding cultivators to tremble. All of them were shocked by such a powerful aura. Those people are finished. Based on my divine sense, the strongest among them is only at the early stage of Xian Immortal. How can they resist a celestial immortal? Although I don't know why they jumped out to insult Jia Zijing. Such behavior is completely suicidal. It's really, many people shook their heads. In front of them, the space buzzed. Jia Zijing's big hand really pressed down on the heads of Lin Tian and the others. He said coldly, "I won't kill you easily. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." The divine light on his hand grew even denser, and its aura was terrifying. Lin Tian naturally felt enormous pressure when facing this palm strike, and he felt the threat of death arise in his heart. After all, he was only at the mysterious immortal realm now, whereas his opponent was at the heavenly immortal realm, and the gap between their cultivations was truly too huge. But even then, he didn't dodge, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "I'm the exact opposite of you. I'll bury you here as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, a bang resounded. The heavens and the earth instantly shook, and it seemed as if the entire world was about to collapse. This expanse of space was instantly covered by a destructive aura. Strands of miraculous formation markings appeared in an area of over 1 kilometer, and they interweaved with terrifying energy of restriction and slaughter. It was astounding to the extreme, and it seemed as if it intended to suppress and obliterate all living beings. Bang! 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 Thousands of killing lights charged into the sky. It was like an immortal King Realm expert had struck out, and it was astounding to the extreme. Ka! 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 A clear sound resounded. The firm space of the immortal domain became extremely weak, and it collapsed inch by inch like it was made of paper. Puff! Dazzling blood splattered. Jia Zijing's large hand was hit by a terrifying killing light, and it immediately shattered. Then his entire body flew out like a scarecrow, and he landed on the ground hundreds of feet away with a bang. Saint! The expressions of the Jia clan members changed on the spot. At the same time, the other experts in the surroundings were also shocked. This is a killing formation. They set up a killing formation here. This aura. In addition to the killing formation, it seems that there are also formation markings within the seal. There's a terrifying sealing force fluctuating. The group of cultivators couldn't help but tremble. They were frightened by the killing aura and sealing force on the open plain. They only felt that the place had turned into a sealing cage in an instant. Moreover, it was a sealing cage that was filled with destructive killing lights. Boom! In the killing formation, celestial immortal divine energy soared into the sky. Jia Zijing stood up from the ground, and his shattered arm instantly reassembled. You set up a killing formation and a sealing formation in this place in advance, and deliberately waited here. Then you used words to provoke me to come forward and lure me into this killing formation and sealing formation. His voice was sinister. Feeling the killing force and sealing force in the surroundings, the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. He could easily guess that the killing formation and sealing formation set up in this place were definitely set up by Lin Tian. Lin Tianling laughed. So what if I am? Are you going to bite me? Chapter 16, 73. Just as Jia Zijing had guessed, Lin Tian had indeed intentionally provoked Qin Shi with words to draw Qin Shi into the 1,000 restriction and myriad seal grand formation and infinite yin-yang slaughter formation that he'd set up. and then it would be convenient for him to directly trap and kill Qin-Shi with these grand formations. Boom! A large amount of killing light pressed down on Jia Zijing. The wind and clouds in this area suddenly changed, and the terrifying killing intent shook the sky. Jia Zijing's face was gloomy and cold. With a low roar, his divine power at the divine immortal level surged again and evolved into the ancient, sky-devouring technique. Black vortexes intertwined and collided with the large amount of killing light that was falling down. They were sucked into the black vortexes beside him. Jia Zijing's famous ancient sky-devouring technique is indeed terrifying. It can even swallow such killing light directly. He is indeed a young supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals. He can still fight in such a sealing formation and a terrifying killing formation. It's simply his future achievements will be limitless. He's too strong. Many cultivators were shocked. At this time, the killing light on the plain soared into the sky. The sealing power was also incomparably turbulent, making these cultivators feel as if there was a cage of destruction inside, as if it could annihilate everything. However, under such circumstances, Jia Zijing was actually able to swallow a large amount of killing light. This kind of combat strength really shocked these cultivators. It was too tyrannical. Rascal, who do you think our saint is? Do you really think that you can defeat our saint with some petty tricks? You think you're so smart? Someone from the Jia family said coldly. On the open plain, Jia Zijing's eyes were gloomy and cold. There were a total of 9 black vortexes beside him. He stepped forward in the terrifying sealing force and killing force, approaching Lin Tian step by step. An ant will always be an ant. No matter what kind of tricks you use, you can't change the fact that you're an ant. I'll cut you into pieces in the killing formation you've set up. Tisk, don't be so arrogant. Have you forgotten that you were beaten black and blue by Lin Tian in the Sea region? Ling Yun looked down on him. As soon as these words came out, the cultivators in this place were all moved. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Jia Zijing, you were beaten black and blue by this person before? He was injured by this person before. Many people were shocked. The killing intent in the eyes of the Jia family's people was overflowing. Little thief, don't try to make up such a ridiculous lie. It's really laughable. One of the Jia family's celestial immortals said coldly, how could a mere Xian immortal ant like him injure the celestial saint of our family? This is the biggest mistake in the world. Ridiculous? Can't a profound immortal hurt your Jia bastard? Just now, how did your bastard Jia get injured and sent flying? Are you blind? Ling Yun teased. Of course, even if you saw it, all of you would probably pretend you didn't see it. After all, it's truly embarrassing. A heavenly immortal was blasted flying and injured by a mysterious immortal. If it was me, I'd probably smash my head against the wall and die. How would I have the face to continue living in this world? He's just a walking piece of trash. These words could be said to be merciless and full of ridicule, causing the killing intent in the eyes of everyone from the Jia clan to become even denser. In the killing array, Jia Zijing's eyes were like vultures as his gaze fell on Ling Yun. Reptile. His voice was cold as the black vortex beside him swept towards Ling Yun. He wanted to kill Ling Yun first. The black vortex contained fluctuations that could devour everything, warped space, and possessed terrifying might. Lin Tianling smiled. With a command in his mind, even more killing lights pressed down and moved to intercept Jia Zijing's pitch-black vortex that swept towards Ling Yun. Instantly, terrifying killing intent surged, and it directly slashed apart Jia Zijing's black vortex with a few swishes. You've barely resisted a wave of attacks, yet you think you're able to move about freely? You're thinking too much, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, even more formation markings suddenly appeared on this spacious plain with a bang, and an even stronger sealing force and killing intent surged out. It was like a sealing and killing volcano from the primordial era had erupted, and it was terrifying and shocking. For a time, this expanse of the heavens and the earth had completely changed color, and the surging sealing force pressed down towards Jia Zijing. Instantly, it caused Jia Zijing's vision, sense of smell, sense of hearing, divine sense, and ability to move to be greatly weakened. Moreover, at the same time, shocking killing lights descended like an ocean, and boundless killing lights directly enveloped him within it. Immediately, Jia Zijing trembled, and his expression changed. He propped up 49 black vortexes to protect the surrounding space around him. However, it was in vain. Under the situation where his vision, sense of smell, sense of hearing, divine sense, and ability to move were greatly weakened by the 1,000 seals formation markings, the power of the 49 black vortexes was greatly reduced. In an instant, they were shattered by the boundless killing lights, and then the boundless killing lights fell directly on his body. Puff! Blood splattered, and this time his body was directly split into pieces, dyeing the void red. Holy Sun! All the experts of the Jia family trembled, and their expressions changed abruptly. At the same time, the surrounding cultivators were even more horrified. Their hearts trembled because of the sudden surge of the sealing force and killing intent in the spacious plain, and they were even more shocked that Jia Zijing, a supreme young master on the ranking of 100 immortals, was directly smashed into pieces. Boom! In the killing formation, celestial immortal divine power surged, and Jia Zijing's shattered flesh and blood surged, and in an instant his body was once again reformed. And he looked at Lin Tian, and his eyes became even more sinister. After what happened in the sea, Lin Tian once again smashed his body in front of everyone, and this made him feel extremely humiliated. Ant, today you will die in the hands of an ant. Lin Tianling laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. He took a step forward, and the heavenly one-soul technique was activated. He took the initiative to draw the 1,000 seals formation and the yin-yang limitless killing formation in this place, and intertwine the boundless sealing divine light and killing divine light to bombard Jia Zijing. With a bang, Jia Zijing was directly sent flying, and blood splattered in the void again. He sneered, and did not give his opponent any time to catch his breath. He took another step forward, and the boundless sealing divine power and killing divine power attacked Jia Zijing with the momentum to suppress and obliterate all things. Jia Zijing was very strong, but so what? He had engraved 30,000 restriction, 10,000 seals, great formation, and yin-yang limitless killing formation in this place in advance. In the beginning, he had only activated 1,000 restriction, 10,000 seals, great formation, and 1 yin-yang limitless killing formation. At that time, Jia Zijing could deal with it and shatter the killing light. But now he had directly activated 10,000 restriction, 10,000 seals, great formation, and 10 yin-yang limitless killing formations. Directly, the sealing power and killing power were stacked 10 times. With such a formation, no matter how strong Jia Zijing was, he would still be in trouble. Puff! He waved his right hand, condensing a peerless killing light at the tip of his fist, and blasted out a killing fist light, which directly penetrated Jia Zijing. Jia Zijing coughed up blood, and a transparent bloody hole was blasted open in his chest, and cracks were all over his body. "I'll kill you!" He roared, and his celestial divine power shook. 81 black vortexes directly appeared around him, and they really showed the power to swallow all things. They avoided the killing light and blasted towards Lin Tian. Lin Tianling smiled and drew the endless killing divine power and sealing divine power to meet Jia Zijing head-on. Chi! 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 Soft sounds came out one after another. Under the vast power of the 10,000 seals formation and the yin-yang limitless killing formation, Jia Zijing's 81 black vortexes were not enough. They only lasted for a moment before they were all shattered. It was also at this time, with a swoosh, Lin Tianling drew the endless sealing divine power and killing divine power, and appeared in front of Jia Zijing. He blasted out another punch, and the endless sealing divine power and killing divine power fell on Jia Zijing's body. Puff! Blood mist spread, and once again, Jia Zijing's body was directly shattered. The blood mist intertwined, and his spiritual soul bloomed with immortal light. He was not damaged at all. He directly moved back dozens of feet and began to reform his body. Lin Tianling stepped forward, not giving him a chance at all. He activated the Tiani Soul technique and took control of the Thousand Seals formation and the Yin-Yang limitless killing formation in this place. He drew in even more sealing divine power and killing divine power, and once again pressed towards Jia Zijing. At the same time, his glabella shone, and he summoned the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea Vision. It condensed into a lotus sword and slashed towards Jia Zijing. Clang! The sword clanged, and in just an instant, it appeared in front of Jia Zijing's spiritual soul. It fell much faster than the vast sealing divine power and killing divine power, and directly slashed down mercilessly. Jia Zijing propped up a large amount of divine light and turned it into a defensive light screen to block the lotus sword. However, in the next moment, just as the lotus sword was about to form the defensive light screen, his expression changed. His spiritual soul surged, and a divine sword formed from divine sense was shaken out to meet the lotus sword. Crack! The two collided, and the lotus sword shattered on the spot. Then, Jia Zijing's divine sense sword was also annihilated by the endless killing divine power. Lin Tianling narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that Jia Zijing was really powerful. Even when his senses were greatly weakened by the 10,000 seals formation, his divine sense was still so sharp. In the blink of an eye, he realized that the lotus sword could only be broken by divine sense, and other forces were ineffective. Then, he used the divine sense sword to shatter it. At that time, if Jia Zijing did not realize this and only defended with pure divine power, the lotus sword he summoned would have pierced directly into his spiritual soul. Even if Jia Zijing was a celestial immortal, he would have been severely injured. After all, the spiritual soul was as important to a cultivator as the origin. Damage to the spiritual soul was a very frightening thing. He snorted coldly and withdrew the spiritual sea vision. Once again, he used pure sealing divine power and killing divine power to press down on Jia Zijing. With a rumble, the space trembled violently, and under this great force it collapsed inch by inch, devouring heaven and absorbing earth. Jia Zijing's spiritual soul trembled and bloomed with dazzling soul light. At this time he reformed his physical body and directly roared, operating the ancient heaven-devouring tactics to the limit. He used one of the profound secret techniques of the ancient heaven-devouring tactics, and a black vortex about 10 feet in diameter appeared behind him. It was as if it could really swallow the world. It's useless. Chapter 16, 74. Dazzling blood floated in the air as Jia Zijing was sent flying, looking extremely pathetic. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Jia Zijing, a heaven immortal expert, the holy son of the Jia family, the number 1 family in Jinyuan State, and a young paragon on the ranking of 100 immortals, was now in such a miserable state. He was continuously sent flying and vomited blood. This sealing formation and killing formation is simply, many people trembled. At this time, the sealing and killing aura in the open plain was too strong, as if it could suppress and crush everything, causing many cultivators in this place to feel a chill down their spines. Boom! Rolling killing aura surged, shaking the sky. Together with a vast sealing power, it suppressed everything in all directions. Lin Tian was in the Great Formation, and the Heavenly One Soul technique circulated even faster. His entire body was surrounded by divine light, and he left behind afterimages with every step he took. The vast sealing and killing aura that filled the sky was like a destructive storm, mercilessly pressing down on Jia Zijing. Poof! The boundless sealing power and killing power landed on Jia Zijing, causing him to explode once again. Damn it! Jia Zijing roared. His divine soul was immortal and indestructible, and he quickly reformed his physical body. Then, with a rumbling sound, boundless celestial law light appeared around his body and interweaved with an extremely dense celestial Tao aura. It wasn't just one type of celestial Tao, there were a total of 7 types. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space began to tremble. In the surroundings, the powerful sealing force and killing force were shattered by the immortal Tao laws. "I'll kill you." He stared at Lin Tian with a venomous gaze. The 7 immortal Tao laws opened a path in the sealing and killing aura that filled the sky. Like a war demon, they closed in on Lin Tian. Using the immortal Tao laws and the ancient heaven-devouring technique, they formed a black vortex that intertwined with Tao light. The devouring power was dozens of times stronger than before, almost swallowing the space. This son of a B*TCH, although he's not much, his strength is really terrifying. With such dense sealing and killing aura, he can actually forcefully resist and even counterattack. Ling Yin was a little surprised. After all, he's a young paragon on the ranking of 100 immortals. Within 1,000 years, the immortal region and the surrounding great worlds only have 100 people. It would be abnormal if he wasn't terrifying. The White Tiger said, regarding the 100 immortals ranking, they had already learned about it from Lin Tian and knew what it meant. It could be said that the people on the ranking of 100 immortals were all absolute monstrous geniuses. They were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. Baiziki didn't say anything. He just stared straight ahead. Lightning flashed in his eyes. All around them, the other cultivators looked at Lin Tian, and many of them couldn't help but shake their heads. From the looks of it, he seems to have a grudge against Jia Zijing, so he set up a terrifying formation here in an attempt to assassinate Jia Zijing. Unfortunately, he couldn't win against the young sovereigns on the ranking of 100 immortals. That's right, the young sovereigns on the ranking of 100 immortals are no joke. They're all monsters. How could they be so easy to deal with? Some cultivators asked. On the other side, the cultivators of the Jia family sneered. Their eyes were full of mockery. "Do you think the likes of you can plot against my race's holy son? Ignorant fool," an expert of the Jia family said. Boom! On the open plain, the law of immortal Tao surged. Jia Zijing's eyes were sinister and vicious. He waved the vortex of the ancient heaven-devouring technique that carried the law of immortal Tao and really shrouded Lin Tian. The aura of devouring and exterminating all things instantly suppressed all directions. All the means you've set up can only end in failure. It's meaningless. The only outcome is death, he said coldly. Facing the opponent's attack, Lin Tian was calm. He still had a sneer on his face. "You think too much." As soon as he finished speaking, his mind moved, and in an instant, the world trembled once again. More runes lit up, and at this moment, 20,000 Seals Grand Formation and the Yin-Yang Limitless Killing Formation were activated, shaking the world. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound. The terrifying sealing power and killing power tumbled and erupted like a volcano. In an instant, Jia Zijing's 7 kinds of law of immortal Tao were shattered and trembled violently. "You," looking at Lin Tian, Jia Zijing's face immediately turned ugly. At this time, he could clearly feel that the sealing power and killing power in this world had become much more terrifying. Lin Tian sneered. He took the initiative to control the 20,000 Seals formation and the Yin-Yang Limitless Killing formation with the divine one-soul incantation. He directly transformed it into a heavenly sealing and killing fist radiance and punched directly at Jia Zijing. The terrifying force was shocking. It directly pierced through the void and created a huge tunnel. Puff! Again, Jia Zijing exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a shocking sight, The sealing power and killing power have become even more terrifying. How many formations did he set up here? The group of practitioners could not help but be shocked. Just a moment ago, Jia Zijing had unleashed 7 types of immortal Tao laws to resist the Grand Sealing Formation and Grand Killing Formation on the plane, and then directly attacked Lin Tian. These people thought that even though Lin Tian was prepared, he still wouldn't be able to stop Jia Zijing. After all, Jia Zijing was a young paragon on the ranking of 100 immortals. However, when they saw this scene, they immediately trembled. At the same time, the experts of the Jia family were naturally shocked. Their holy son activated 7 kinds of law of immortal Tao. They thought that Lin Tian would be killed immediately. However, now, the development of the situation was completely different from what they had expected. Their holy son was once again blasted away, and his celestial immortal physical body was shattered by Lin Tian. Boom! On the plane, the 20,000 Prohibition and 10,000 Seals formations and the 20 Yin-Yang Infinite Killing formations were boiling. The sealing power and the killing power were like a vast ocean intertwined on the plane. Within a radius of several hundred feet, everything was suppressed and crushed. There was really nothing that could stop them. The solid void was constantly collapsing under these 2 great forces. Jia Zijing's physical body was destroyed. His divine soul let out a low roar and quickly reassembled his physical body. His face was livid and vicious. Swoosh! The sound of the air breaking rang out. Lin Tian controlled the 20,000 Prohibition and 10,000 Seals formations and the Yin-Yang Infinite Killing formation with the divine one-soul technique. At this time, he directly approached Jia Zijing. His whole person seemed to be moving the world of sealing and killing. With a casual punch, the whole place trembled. The punch landed heavily on Jia Zijing's body. With a bang, Jia Zijing was immediately sent flying, after which he was drowned by the vast sealing power and killing power, exploding into pieces once again. Only his spirit was left intact. It swept along his shattered physical body and quickly reassembled. In your words, today you will only end up dead. Lin Tianling sneered. At this moment, the 20,000 Prohibition and 10,000 Seals formations and the Yin-Yang Infinite Killing formation surged together. As the master of the formations, he was simply the symbol of invincibility in this domain. Everywhere he passed, everything was suppressed and destroyed. Puff! He threw a punch. From a distance of 10 feet, he conjured a terrifying fistlight composed of sealing power and killing power. It smashed Jia Zijing's head to pieces. Brain matter and blood mixed together and sputtered in the void. It was a shocking sight. Then, without giving Jia Zijing any time to recover, he directly stepped over. The Yin-Yang Lotus Sea in his sea of consciousness evolved into a dense array of Yin-Yang Lotus swords. They pressed down on Jia Zijing with extreme speed, as if ignoring the distance between them. In an instant, dozens of lotus swords penetrated Jia Zijing's physical body. They did not destroy his body, but directly acted on his divine soul, like a poisonous blade slicing through. Ah! Jia Zijing let out a shrill cry of shock and fury while his body trembled fiercely, and his divine soul suffered a great injury under the might of those dozens of lotus swords. After that, it was also at this moment that Lin Tian mobilized boundless killing light to descend, and it crushed Jia Zijing's body into a bloody mist once more. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jia Zijing's divine soul roared. Even though he'd suffered a heavy injury, his divine soul was extremely terrifying, and it only took an instant for him to reform his body once more. Moreover, his expression was savage as he stared at Lin Tian like a ghost from hell. Yes, you do deserve death. Lin Tianling smiled. He executed the duality steps with his cultivation at the mysterious immortal realm, causing dense afterimages to appear in this expanse of the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, he'd arrived before Jia Zijing and directly smashed down with vast and boundless sealing and killing energy. Instantly, another expanse of blood swept out as Jia Zijing was blasted flying once more. His body was covered in cracks, and he was in an extremely miserable state. Lin Tian didn't hold back in the slightest. He took a step forward and pressed down once more, and the sealing and killing energy smashed down mercilessly like a storm. He really suppressed that Jia Zijing. At this place, the eyelids of the group of cultivators twitched violently. Thief, you deserve death. The group of experts from the Jia family was even more shocked and furious. Among them, 13 celestial immortal experts immediately moved. All of them were at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm, and their mighty and terrifying celestial immortal realm pressure rushed into the plains and attacked Lin Tian together. They felt the terror of the sealing and killing formations on the plains, but at this time, when they saw that their holy son was in danger, all of them were very anxious. In fact, their holy son was too important to their family. He was a young paragon on the ranking of 100 immortals, and his future achievements were limitless. It was very possible for him to even reach the divine emperor realm. Therefore, no matter what, they couldn't just watch their holy son suffer in this place. In addition, they also believed that with the strength of more than 10 celestial immortals and their holy son, who was at the celestial paragon realm, even if they were in this terrifying sealing and killing formation, they would be able to kill Lin Tian unscathed. Boom! It was also at this time that the vast aura of thunder shook violently. Baiziki moved, and with one step, he blocked the 13 celestial immortals of the Jia family alone. A vast sea of thunder rushed out from behind him, intertwining with thunder palaces and pressing down on the 13 people. This is the divine Rumble Palace. This person is the Thunder God Physique. The Thunder God Physique, one of the 12 king physiques, it is known as the physique that can be called a real king. All the cultivators in the surroundings couldn't help but tremble as their gazes descended onto Baiziki. All of them were stunned. No matter what, they never imagined that they would actually see a legendary Thunder God King physique in this place. Boom! The divine Rumble Palace shook in all directions. Baiziki looked indifferent, and with the power of the king's territory, the pressure of the thunder was terrifying. Puff! 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 The 13 celestial immortals of the Jia family were all sent flying, and each of them coughed up blood. The 13 of them were originally experts at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm, but after rushing into this plane, the power of the 20,000 prohibitions and seals formation directly weakened their combat strength by a large margin. Now, they were at most comparable to the mid-stage of the Xian immortal realm. In this way, it was naturally impossible for them to block Baiziki, who was at the early stage of the Xian immortal realm, with the Thunder God physique. After all, these people were far from being comparable to Jia Zijing, who was at the early stage of the Xian immortal realm. It was impossible for them to be like Jia Zijing, who could still have such a strong combat strength after being weakened by a large margin. Damn it, you! The 13 of them steadied themselves and looked at Baiziki, whose body was intertwined with thunder. They were angry and shocked. They were angry that Baiziki had stopped them and injured them at this time, so that they couldn't help Jia Zijing. They were shocked because the person in front of them actually had the legendary Thunder God physique. Bang! On the other side, a muffled sound was heard. Lin Tian controlled the infinite killing power and sent Jia Zijing flying again. The blood of the celestial immortal realm splashed into the sky again. Jia Zijing roared, and his face was hideous. He stared at Lin Tian and said, "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. You can try,